Okay, let's get started. Okay, today it's going to be experiential. Okay. Today we're going to experience the larger consciousness system, or at least we're going to make an effort to show you that things that are normally called paranormal really aren't that hard to do or to experience. First of all, people ask, can I do it? Is it a special talent? Is it something, you have to be born with? And the answer to that is no. Yes, everybody can do it. It's not a special talent. Your consciousness, you have the ability to interact with the larger consciousness system. Mostly the things that inhibit you from this interaction are the things that you bring to the table. It's you that gets in the way of you experiencing the larger consciousness system. Fear is probably the biggest thing that keeps you from getting there. And it's not just fear of what will happen when you're there, or fear of what you'll run into, but just the fear of being successful, the fear of doing it at all, performance anxiety. I want to get it right. I really want to get this right, or I really want to do this. It's important to me. Those kinds of things will be what keeps you from experiencing it. Second thing I want to mention is that doing something paranormal is not required to grow up. This is not something that you have to do in the process to growing up. Growing up you can do without ever doing anything paranormal. This is kind of a side issue, if you like. The side issue can be valuable because when I tell you, don't believe what I say, don't believe anything that I tell you, you have to experience it. It's not your experience. It's not your truth. Okay? So I feel obligated then to give you some way to experience it. Otherwise, that kind of is a cheap trick telling you, you have to experience it, but I can't give you some way to do that. So that's what we're going to do today, give you a way to experience it. Now, after today, you're not all going to be turned into wizards. You're just going to have some information that allows you then to practice and to do it on your own. I'm just going to give you how do you approach it? What keeps you from succeeding? What's required? And what's required for you not to do? What's required for you to do? Okay, so no fear, no hope, no expectations, no beliefs. Don't compare, don't judge, have your own experience. Okay, that's a long list of things. Mostly they're all things to not do, not things to do. When you approach these exercises, approach it with the attitude that you are not attached to what happens. If you get the answers wrong, or you're not very good at remote viewing or whatever, that's okay. Don't be attached to an endpoint. Just do it. Unattached. Think of yourself as a scientist. You're just going to try this and see what happens. That's the right attitude. Just do it and see what happens. Don't try to second guess it. Don't try to understand it. Don't keep thinking, am I doing it right? Is this right? Did I get that right or not? All of those things will just get in the way. You just do it, and I'll tell you what to do and how to do it, but you just do that and see what happens. It's just that simple. And it has to be okay that nothing happens. If it's okay that nothing happens, then you've increased the probability that something will happen. Okay. Don't compare. Okay, it's not like somebody else got it, but I didn't. Oh, I'm not as good, I'm inferior, I can't do it, everybody else can, but somehow I'm not, don't do that. That's counterproductive. Just accept it for the way it is today, however it happens. Don't judge it. The worst thing you can do is to analyze and judge as you go. We're going to communicate. And when you make a communication, you'll get something back. And as soon as you get something back, if the first thought jumps into your mind is, what was that? Is that real? Or did I make that up? You're trying to judge it. You're trying to assess the reality of it. Don't do that, because that will interfere with it. That'll stop it cold right in its tracks. There's a time to assess it. You do eventually have to assess it, but only after you have enough information to assess it. You can't assess it, the first datum you get, make an assessment of that datum. You just don't have the information. You don't have enough data to make an assessment. So you interact with entities, physical or non-physical. You practice these things, the healing, the remote viewing, just with let's try and see what happens. Oh, it didn't work that time. Let's try it again, see what happens. Try it a little different way, approach it a little different way. So this is the attitude you need. Now, after you've done this for 6 months, we lose it, hello, still there? After you've done this for 6 months, now you'll have enough data. You'll maybe have interacted in this communication 20, 30 times. You now have enough data to be judgmental, to assess it. But then the assessment should be, is this useful? Am I learning something? Am I getting something out of it? That's really what you want to know, not, is it real? You get data from 3 data sources. One of the sources is the larger conscious system. The other source is other individuated units of consciousness. And the last source is yourself, your imagination. All of these sources produce data. You get the data, you don't have any idea what the source is. You only get the data. You never get to see the source. Okay? So your data that you create is mixed in with the data that just comes. So you have to be in a mode of not creating any data. If you're looking for data from elsewhere, you don't want to create data to be in that stream with it, because you can't pull them apart. You can't separate it. That's why you have to have no expectations. You have to be just blank, open. Everything's okay. Because if it's not okay, or if you have any fears like, I can't do this, I'm probably not going to get the right answer. What I got was ridiculous. You see, if you have all that, now you're throwing data into the mix. That's part of your data. That's why you have to just be open, take what comes, don't judge it. If it seems ridiculous or silly to you, that's okay. That's what you got. This is just an experiment. We're going to have some fun and try to do these things. So that's the right attitude. What I'm trying to talk you into is having beginner's luck. See, what is beginner's luck? Beginner's luck is that you're not invested in the outcome. You don't care. It's okay. I've never bowled before. I've never picked up a ball and bowled, so when I get to that bowling alley and somebody says, here, try one, I'll grab it and I'll roll it and I'll do really well with it. And they say, Bob, beginner's luck. And as soon as I do that 3 or 4 times, I start thinking, I'm pretty good at this. Let me do it just a little better. And then they all roll in the gutter from then on. You see? That's the way things work. And the reason that there's such a thing as beginner's luck is because your investment in the outcome interferes with the process of doing. Okay, so that's why I'm trying to convince you. Don't have any investment in the outcome. Just let it be whatever it is. Okay. Don't judge before you have enough data to judge. You won't have enough data to judge until you've done this over and over and over again. Then when you judge it, don't judge it on, is this real? That's a question you'll never be able to answer. You have to think about what is real. What is real? What's real is information. That's what's real. The information you create, that's real. The information you get from the LCS or from another individual, that's real. It's all real. It's not important, is it real? The question is it useful? So if you connect to something outside of you, has nothing to do with your own imagination, it's outside of you, but the connection doesn't create anything useful? Does it matter whether it's outside of you or where it comes from? No. What matters is that it's not useful. Well, and if it is useful, does it matter whether it comes from outside of you or inside of you? No, it's useful. You see, if it's useful, then we use it. If not, we don't. That's the category. That's the judgment criteria, not is it real? Because you can't sort the data, because you only get the data, not the source of the data, you'll never be able to sort out where the data comes from. You just receive it as data, interpret it, and eventually, with enough experience, you can judge how useful it is. So you see, this is it real is not a good way to judge the data. We have that idea because our attitudes are born out of this physical experience as avatars. And here we have to judge things by their source. Somebody tells you something, you ask, well, what do they know about it? Do they have credentials? Have they studied this? Is this something they have a lot of experience in? Or are they just making it up because they always have an opinion on everything? You see, we do that. We judge sources. We judge the quality of the sources. So that's necessary for us because there's so much data. We get so much data that we have to kind of vet by source, vet by quality. Who do we trust? Who not? And we take this attitude into the non-physical. It doesn't work there. You can't vet the source. It's just information. You have to judge it on value, not on the quality of the source. So I know that's just the way you are because we live here and that's the way it is here, but try very hard to not do that. That's going to be the first thing that you're going to do. You're going to say, oh, who was that? Did I make that up? Right away you want to vet the source. Who's giving you that data? That's just counterproductive. So work on that. Doesn't matter who. Doesn't matter what. It matters, is this data useful? Second thing is, when you do get information, engage with it. Engage. This is not a spectator sport. It's not that you are going into the larger conscious system and want to be entertained or want to be given things. You have to interact. You have to engage. When you are, let's say this has actually more to do with kind of the out-of-body phenomena, but if you are in a non-physical space, which means the data you're getting isn't coming through your physical senses, you may see things that are silly. Don't just say, oh, that doesn't mean anything. Engage with it. So you see something really silly. I don't know, think of something silly. My example usually is, let's say you see a little pink rabbit standing next to a big daisy, and you think, oh, that's something out of, Disney, did this, or where did that come from? That's stupid. I'm trying to have an out-of-body experience, and I get pink rabbits and daisies. So you throw it away. That's the wrong thing to do. Engage it. Go to it. The cliche, become one with it. Go either ask it questions or connect with it or become it. Try to feel or see reality from its viewpoint. What is it? Who is it? Why is it there? Connect. Don't just look around and say, well, it's not what I expected. This isn't that interesting, blow it off. Because the system typically will set something out there to attract your attention. And if you don't engage it, you're done. If you engage it, that'll lead you to the next step. And if you engage that, it'll lead you to the next step. And there's a chain of events that will happen. One thing will lead to the next, will lead to the next, and some of them may be pretty silly to begin with, but typically after a couple of those jumps, they'll start to get meaningful to you. Things that make a difference to you. But you won't get there if you don't engage whatever comes to you. Again, if you engage it, do your best to connect, and just, it's no value, then let it go. Start over. If you constantly have problems of not getting anything, then see if you can't do it differently. See if maybe your attitude, you have an expectation. A lot of times people read books like Bob Monroe's Journeys Out of the Body, and they then think that, well, this is what Bob reports, this is what's there. If I don't see that, I'm not doing it right, because that's what's there. Well, that works fine here in this reality, and we're kind of actuated to thinking that way, but it doesn't work in the other reality. You have to have your own experience. You can't have Bob Monroe's experience. Bob Monroe's experience is a reflection of Bob Monroe. Your experience is going to be a reflection of you. So forget about all the things you read and the way you think that it ought to be, and trying to have somebody else's experience. Just have your own experience. So whatever comes to you, work with that. Accept it, deal with it, see if it won't lead you someplace else, even if it seems silly or ridiculous to start with. All right. The way to do these things in the healing, well, let me back up. Healing comes in two phases. The first is going to be the diagnosis, trying to see what's wrong, where the illness is. This is the evidential phase. Excuse me. The evidential phase is something we can use to determine whether or not we're getting the answer right or not. That's important. Working in evidential things is very important in the beginning. You have to get evidence to convince you that what you're doing is real. So in the beginning, we want to do things that are evidential. So this remote viewing and the diagnosis are both evidential. So I would say spend your time in the beginning working on those things to see whether you're getting it right or not. If you're not getting it right, then kind of think, what's wrong? Is it your attitude? Do you have are you trying to second guess what you get, and so on? Try again. Keep working at it. Keep working at it, detached. You're just going to try it out. Okay, I'm going to try it doing it a little differently. I'm going to try it out, see what happens. Always keep that attitude. Okay. You will be much more successful if you operate from the being level, not the intellectual level. You have to connect from the being level. I know that's a little hard to imagine, particularly if you're left brain. Connecting to the being level sounds, what is that? Where's my being level? All of my thoughts come out of my intellect. I don't have a being level. You do have a being level. That being level is where your feelings are. That being level is where all your emotions are. That being level is what you work with. You're working out of your being level in all your dreams. All those dreams are worked out of your being level. Your intellect isn't assessing things in your dreams. You just act and interact, and you do. You're not thinking about it. All your feelings come out of that being level. If something makes you happy or sad or angry, that doesn't come out of your intellect. You don't assess it and say, well, I think this makes me happy. Or, this should make me sad, so I guess I'm sad now. You see, that's intellectual. We don't think like that. We just are, right? We are happy. We are sad. We just react to things. All that reactiveness is just coming out of your being level. It's who you are. So you do have a being level. Whether you are aware of it or not, with your intellect, you do have this being level. And if you can through these exercises out of the being level, you will be much more successful. If you do them out of your intellect, you'll be much less successful. Now, eventually, as you grow up and drop fear, this being level and your intellectual level will merge. It'll all become one. You won't have two separate ways of dealing with the world, one with your intellect and the other with your being level. You'll have just one way. Everything will be at your being level. Okay, because the intellect I'm talking about is the typical intellect that's basically in the service of fear and ego. That's where most of our intellects are. That's why the intellect's a problem. You get rid of that fear, you still can think, you still can assess, you still can analyze, but it's not attached to fear anymore. Now it's all at the being level. Everything then is just coming out of your core. You are who you are. You have no image. You have no, this is the way I think I am. You just are. Okay, so that's trying to get the idea of what is a being level and how can you think from your being level. You think without having that thought being informed by fear, by ego, or by beliefs. For most of us, that's a hard thing to do. It's only easy when we're dreaming. It's really hard to do here when our intellect is engaged. But that's one of the things to work on. So if you have trouble today getting right answers, then it's probably because you have expectations, you have fears, and you're working out of your intellect. These are the major things that cause people problems. Okay, well, they cause you problems because your habitual way of interacting, is through your fear, your beliefs, your ego. Your habitual way of interacting is vetting the source. Your habitual way of interacting, is basically what your difficulty is going to be here. So this is what you have to practice. When I say if it doesn't work, try to do it a little differently. The problems are not outside of you, the problems are inside of you. So by doing it differently, you need to approach it differently. You need to get in a different mindset. You need to let the intellect go. Now, often, to do something like we're going to do with the healing, the diagnosis, and the remote viewing, and the communications, people would get into a meditation state first. But that's not necessary. That's not necessary. Meditation becomes it's a tool for getting to know your consciousness. It's a tool for getting rid of the noise. But we often take our tools and become reliant on them. The tools turn into rituals. I can't do this if I don't go into a meditation state first. This can only be done from a meditation state. Now meditation has become a ritual that's required for you to function. Meditation is not required. It's just a good practice to help you get rid of extraneous thoughts from your mind, to focus your mind. But when I give you instructions to diagnose or to do things, you just do it. You say you're following an instruction. You're not doing it on your own. I'm saying go do it. You go do it. That's enough. You'll be focused on the doing it, and you'll be surprised. Maybe I shouldn't tell you. Now that I tell you, your intellect will be wanting to see if that's the case, and it'll get in your way, but I'll tell you anyway. You'll be surprised that as soon as you focus on what you're doing, all of this data stream will just drop away. All this physical process. You won't be aware anymore that you're sitting on a chair in this room, whatever. That'll just disappear, and you'll be focused. That happens all the time to you when you read a book that you're engaged in, right? You're reading a book. You don't have to meditate first before you read a book, but you read a book and all the rest of the world disappears. It's just you and the story, right? You and that storyline. Everything else is gone. You're not reading the story thinking about how it feels to sit in this chair, you see? Or, yes, you can hear people out on the street or horns honking, but you're not attached to them. They're just there, but they're not part of what you're doing. So you don't really notice them. They're gone. Well, when everything that's in your sense state is gone, well, that's point consciousness. That's what you're aiming for. You don't need meditation to get there. You just need focus. And the things I'll be having you do, you don't need focus for very long. So we don't have to really be too good at meditation to be good at doing diagnosis and healing. Well, for that reason, I'm not going to give you a lot of time to do these things. They're going to be real short. I'm going to give you just a few minutes. And actually, a few minutes is really way too long. But if I gave you only a few seconds, you'd be frustrated because you'd know, I can't do that in a few seconds. That's impossible, which would, of course, make it impossible. So I'm going to give you a few minutes. It won't take you very long at all. By the time the first 30 seconds have gone by, you're already starting to trip over your own intellect, starting to already get in there, and you're starting to trip over yourself. If I let it go for 5 or 10 minutes, by the time you were done, you wouldn't have any idea what the answer was. You'd be so confused in your own analysis about what it is you got or didn't get that you would get nothing. You see, so giving you a short time is actually in your advantage. It keeps you from getting too wadded up. So you can see I'm giving you this with the idea that we're all beginners and we're all just going to start this way. No rituals. We'll just do it. And you'll be surprised how well it'll work without any of that stuff. Everybody won't get everything, but you'll see that there'll be, typically, there'll be 30, 40% of somebody will get everything. So, okay, that's what we're doing. Though I tell you meditation's not necessary, it doesn't mean I don't recommend meditation. Meditation is still a good exercise for you to learn to quiet your mind so that you can do things with your mind that take more than 30 seconds. But for short periods of time, meditation really isn't as important if you're going to do things quickly as it is if you're going to do things over a long time. So we won't do any meditation. To get good at this, to get really good at it, you have to get rid of the fear, the beliefs, and the ego, which is the stuff that interrupts it. That's the stuff that's trying to check it. That's the stuff that says, yeah, but who was that? Ego wants to know. Ego needs to know. It needs to know that it's right, that it's doing it right. Am I not doing it the right way? That's the ego is constantly worried about things like that. I don't get the right answers. I'm not good at this. That's the ego. So you have to, if you get rid of that fear, ego, and beliefs, these things become very easy to do. They're just natural to you because you're consciousness. Consciousness can do these things. You just have to get out of your own way, which means get rid of that fear, ego, and belief. But again, easy to say, hard to do. But that's what you work on. That's how you get better at it, is by getting rid of the fear, the ego, and the beliefs. Those things will be your problems. Okay. Remember that what you get is always your personal interpretation of the data. You get data, you have to interpret it. How do you interpret it? You interpret it in terms of your experience. You have to interpret it in terms of metaphors and symbols that are in your database and your experience. That means you're going to interpret it in terms of your sense data. You're going to see it, hear it, smell it, feel it, because that's what's in your experience base. So you have to take this data and turn it in to sense data. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to express it in language. Our language only operates in expressing things that we see, hear, feel, smell, hear. That's how all our experience is based on that. So we get the data, we have to interpret it in terms of our experience here. That's not a perfect interpretation. Not all the time. But it'll be an easier for the things we're doing. That won't be so bad. We're not doing things where the answers are totally removed from your experience here. There'll be things that you'll have experience ways to interpret. But you will always get the interpretation is always yours. That's why you can't try to have Bob Monroe's experience, because it was his, based on his data his feelings, his experience. Yours has to be based on your experience. So Bob Monroe went to a park in his books where he went to relax. It was a wooded place, nice grass, big trees, quiet, pastoral. Your place might be in a rowboat in the middle of a big lake, or on top of a mountain, on the edge of a bluff. Your place may be totally different than that. Your place of relaxation, you see, place where you feel the calmest. Don't try to have Bob's experience. You have to have your own experience. Okay, so you interpret. So like when we're remote viewing, don't expect to see a detailed picture. You'll get elements, architectural elements of the picture. That's it. Don't say, well, that's not a picture. It couldn't be just that. You know, what's the picture? If you're always focused on a final high-res picture, you'll probably never get anything. Just whatever you get, that's it. If you see, well, there's some lines going this way, and then there's some lines going that way, and then there's a big dot up here. What's that? That doesn't make any sense. I must have made that up. Put that down. The first thing that comes into your mind is most likely to be the right thing, the thing that will work. Very first thing. Now, when I say first thing, most of us, out of our habit of being physical, think a first thing is, 2 or 3 seconds after somebody says go. The first thing. This is faster than that. Consciousness is really quick. When you make your intent, I want to see that, a nanosecond after you think that, there it is. It's right there. And a lot of people miss that because they're waiting for the answer to come because it couldn't come that fast. And anything they get right in the beginning, they brush that away, like, get out of my way, I'm waiting for an answer. You see, that is the answer. So it happens quickly. Just the first thing that comes in your mind is usually the right answer. Okay. Okay. Okay, intentions are queries. We're going to work with databases. There's a future probable database. There's a past database. Okay, the future probable database is a database of all the things that can happen and the probability that they will happen. It's a database of the possibilities. Remember that graph we had? The way the system works is it looks at all the possibilities and the probability of those. That's why that database exists. That's what it needs to draw from to decide what happens here when people make measurements. So we have this database of all the possibilities and the probabilities of those possibilities happening. That's just part of the system. It has to work like that. That's how the system knows what to put in our data streams. So in that database, we will query it. We will query that database to get very specific information. We will also look at past databases. Well, what's the past database? It's just that future database that's gotten old, right? That's the past database. All the action happens in the present. So all of the things that could have happened and the probability that they will, that's future database. Well, next delta t, whatever was 1 delta t out, you see, now that becomes all the things that could have happened and the probability that they did or that they would have happened. It's a past database now. So again, the database happens because that's the nature and that's the fundamentals of the way the system has to work and produce data for us in our data streams. And that data goes from future as time moves on into the past. So we have these databases, future and past, that's all the possibilities and their probabilities of past and future. We're going to look at the probabilities from both of those in our exercises. We'll work out of the past database and the future database. Now, the way we heal is by modifying those probabilities. Our intent can change probabilities. Our intent doesn't necessarily guarantee a particular result, but it'll move the probabilities of that result. Remember that graph? It just moves the probability. So instead of probability C was 100, it might reduce it down to 95. Well, it's still going to be the most likely thing there, but not as likely as it was. You see, we just change probabilities with our intent. Now, in the history part of the database, after the choosing is done in the present, that's fixed. That's history. That's not up to change. You can't change the probabilities there. That's already done. Okay, we only change the probabilities in the future part of the database. So we have to have a clear, precise intent. Otherwise, garbage in, garbage out, you know, it's the old thing with computers. If our intent is sloppy, we'll get back sloppy stuff. If our intent isn't precise, we'll get back lots of data that we don't want. Or we'll get a random pick of all the possibilities that fit that query, and we'll get that back. If you go to Google and you put in the word love, you'll get 6 million, 10 million, who knows, things back. A whole lot of it you're not interested in. So it's going to cut across thousands of different subject lines just with that one word. That's a poor query. It's too broad. Your queries have to be precise. When we heal, it has to be precise. And I'll go over the details of that when we get doing it. So you have to think clearly. As we do remote viewings, there's always somebody, actually several somebodies, in a group of this size that will get the remote viewing targets right, but in the wrong order. The thing they saw for the first one I show is the one that's in the third one I show. And the one that I'm going to show third is the one they get first. You see, they get them out of order. That's a problem with the precision of the query. If you have a query that says, I want to see that remote viewing target of Tom's, something like that. Well, I got 3 or 4 remote viewing target of Tom's. Which one you get will be a random draw, because there's all these possibilities. There's 4 or 5 possibilities that'll fit that query. You'll get a random draw from one of them because you weren't specific enough to have that particular target. You see? We make these mistakes a lot because habitually, we're not all that precise in our thinking. Habitually, we're kind of fuzzy when we talk, when we think. That's why it's good. That's why people always say, if you really want to develop an idea, write it down. Because the writing it down forces us to be more specific and more clear. As long as it's just thoughts in your head, they tend to be kind of fuzzy, unclear, not too precise, because we know what we mean. All right, when we say it or think it, we don't really think it too precisely, but we know what we mean. So we don't worry too much with precision. Well, in this work, with your mind, you need to be precise. You're querying a database. A broad query will get you a random selection out of the possibilities. Okay. So you need to be real careful what your intent is. We can have intents that we don't even know we have because we're thinking at the being level that is often detached from our intellect, and we create trouble for ourselves that way. Our fears will create what they fear. That's just the nature of fear. If you have a lot of fear about something, you will tend to create that thing you fear from happening. You will do things that raise the probability of that fear happening in this physical world, which means you manifest the fear. Well, that's because that fear at that being level, it's not in your intellect, is putting intent through your being level to help raise the probability of that fear actualizing. So be careful what you think. Be in charge of your mind. Know what you're thinking and be precise with it. These are tools. These are things you'll have to practice. That's why you're all not going to be wizards by the end of the day. There's a lot of things to practice. All these things I'm telling you are things you just work on. So when I say, if it doesn't work, work on all these things I'm talking about, and eventually it'll start to work, and it'll start to work better. And it's like anything else. First day you try to play a piano, you don't make anything but noise. Eventually, you can make tunes. Eventually, you can play really well. It takes practice, and these do too, but not that much. It's not as hard as playing a piano. Playing a piano would probably take you years of practice to get very good at it. This, in a few months, you can get pretty good at this. It's not that hard. You just have to overcome a lot of basic attitudes that you have that you don't even know you have. You need to sort those out, find them, and get rid of them. So it's all about how you approach it. It's not about technique. It's not about rituals. It's about how you approach it. For example, remote viewers, professional remote viewers, people who are really good at remote viewing, the way they work is often triple blind. They'll have a bunch of targets, say 10,000 targets. They'll randomize those. They'll pick one, and that target will be put in an envelope. And let's say the 1,000 targets are made up by people A, B, and C. Then person D picks one out of that random selection, puts it in an envelope, hands it to person E, who walks into the room with the envelope, and the remote viewer is sitting there in a chair or lying down on a couch, and they say, I have a target in this envelope. Tell me what's there. That's it. Nobody opens the envelope. Just keep the thing sealed in the envelope. Say, tell me what's there at the target that's described in this envelope. So you see, it's blind, blind, and blind. It's triple blind in the experiment. And people would think, wow, that makes it really hard to remote view. No, that makes it really easy to remote view. Because all the things we've been talking about, guessing, trying to figure out what the answer is, judging, all those things we can't do very well if we don't have any information at all. So you'll do better if you're totally blind on what the answer is. If you realize and you know that there's no way you could possibly guess because you have zero information, now it's easier to remote view because you've just eliminated a lot of that guessing and your intellect trying to figure things out and narrow down the field and does this make sense? There's nothing that makes sense or doesn't make sense in that case. You just put down what you get and see what happens. So that's why remote viewers do that. It's good science, but it also makes it easier for the remote viewer to get the right answer. Okay, so be careful what you intend. Think it through. These are things to do that are fun, but I wouldn't approach it as playtime. I'd approach it as serious time of trying to improve the quality of your thoughts, improve I hate to use the word control, but it is your control over your consciousness in the sense that you get rid of the noise. It's not control over your consciousness in the sense that you dictate answers or dictate choices, but it's control over the noise, really, in your mind, that you get rid of the noise. Okay. All right. When we communicate, don't worry about who you're communicating to. Just communicate. All right. Here's one. I should tell you, when you are looking for information, you can specify the output of the database. Okay. You can specify the form that you get the data in. How do you want the data? Now, one of the default ways of sending you data is just telepathic. You just get it. Suddenly, you have the information in your mind. That's startling to most of us, and we don't really know how to deal with that because we're used to things having sources. Somebody's talking to me and I hear it, and that's the source. But when things just come into your mind without a source, it can be a little startling, and people have a tendency to push that away as it's my imagination. Well, don't do that. That's one of the fundamental ways that you can be communicated with, is just by telepathy. It just comes into your mind. Now, when these thoughts come into your mind, don't expect them to come in as a string of words and letters in your language. You can get it that way, but mostly it's just a knowing. Information, you just know it because you get the information. Telepathy works in paragraphs, not in words. You get whole chunks of meaning all at once. So if you're waiting for a voice to tell you things, you may not get that voice. The reason the system does not like to use a voice most of the time is because that voice then will get immediately connected to your intellect. It's talking to your intellect. Now it's talking to something that is basically being run by fear, ego, and belief. That's not profitable to talk to the fear, ego, and belief. It's more profitable to just give you information at the being level. But at the being level, you won't necessarily hear it as a spoken sentence. You just get it. So expect things to just come into your mind. And don't throw those away immediately because you don't know the source. Just work with it, engage it. Things just are there. So you can, particularly when we're healing and we're asking for data, it's helpful to tell the system how you want the data. Okay, a typical way to heal is that you have an intent that you see kind of a body representing the subject, the target person who has the illness, which would be something that's not high def, it's something very low def. I think often as just like a gingerbread cookie. It's what I call a humanoid outline. Sort of a lump here for the head, shoulders, arms, body, legs, feet, that sort of thing. Just a humanoid outline. That's all the resolution you need. Gingerbread cookie type of gingerbread man kind of outline. So that's the first intent, is that person's, not just any person, but that particular person who's the target, that person, I'd like their health body's just a metaphor. It's not a thing, it's just a metaphor. That health body be represented by this humanoid outline. And that everything that's healthy is white. And everything that's not healthy is dark. And the more unhealthy it is, the darker it is. So something that was coal black would be something that was probably fatal. Something that was just kind of gray would be something that was annoying, or something that was maybe a problem but not fatal, and something in between would be in between. So now that's just an output format. We're saying, system, we're going to make a query, and here's how we want the data to come back in a picture like that. There's nothing fundamental about any of it. You could just as easily say, system, I'd like to see a graph. And on this graph, we're going to have health goes from 0, which is dead, up to 100, which is perfectly healthy. And down on this axis is going to be time. And I'd like to see how this person's health is going to change as a function of time. I want the time units to be every week for 12 weeks, or every day for 3 days, or every hour, for 1 day, whatever. And then you will get the data and you'll get a curve, and that will be your answer to that. So you can get your output information any way you want. Just you have to have an intent that specifies it. No intent, it'll give you some default value or nothing at all. Okay, so we'll go through, and I'll give you, we'll go through this again when we do healing. I'll kind of help you with the intents. But you notice these intents are stacked. First intent is, we're talking about the subject, Susie Q. It's Susie Q's health. Not any Susie Q. There's probably 1,000 Susie Q's on this planet. But it's that Susie Q that's the subject of this test, this experiment. That's the Susie Q. The Susie Q that's referred to here. There's only one of those. That's a unique address. If you just say Susie Q without the intent making it specific, you'll get a random draw from all the Susie Q's that exist anywhere. And you'll get one of those, and that's what you'll get, you see. So we've got the intent that it's Susie Q. The intent of the output format, humanoid, shape, black, white, all of that has to be part of our intent, you see. And then, so we have all these things stacked. White's healthy, that's an intent. Black isn't, that's an intent. Black comes in different shades based on health, that's an intent. So you have to have all those stacked up in your mind at the same time and hold them there and then see what you get. So it'll take you a little practice to do that, but eventually holding these intents in your mind will be trivial. You can just, oh yeah, you got them all. That's the way you want to see the data, and you get it. It'll be an easy thing to do. But it is stacking intents that you have to hold in your mind. When it comes to remote viewing, you can get those in pictures as well if you want to see pictures. Some people don't do well with pictures. Some of you will say that, I don't think in terms of pictures. I don't see pictures. I can't see a gingerbread cookie. That's just not the way I'm made. If you don't do pictures, then you do feelings. You feel it. Now, that's a different kind of metaphor, but you go through the same set of intents and then you feel the answer. And if you're a feeling person, that will make sense to you. You can feel where things are and what they look like, but you don't really see it. You're getting the same information. You're actually doing it the same way. It's just that when you interpret the data, you have a harder time of interpreting in terms of pictures, so you interpret it in terms of feeling or knowing. Sometimes people use, as an output format, they want to feel it in their own body. Like if there's something wrong with a shoulder, they'll get a little twing up here on their shoulder, and that's how they know, because they relate it to their body. You see, there's all sorts of ways that you can have an output format. It's just whatever works for you. It doesn't have to be these pictures. I just start with the pictures because that's kind of the common denominator, easiest for most people to work with. But if that doesn't work for you, then do whatever does work for you. Feel it. Yeah, now how can you feel that there's a spot here and not here? That sounds like something you got to see, right? But it's not true. Feeling people can feel that a spot's here and not here. They're getting the data. They just don't process it in terms of pictures. It's same spatial, relative spatial locations, but they don't process it in terms of pictures. They process it other ways. That's okay. So don't get married to the tools that we use. The tools are just tools. There's nothing significant about the tools. When we heal, one of the ways to heal is to use a beam of light to go in and burn away those dark spots. Light workers use light to burn away dark spots. The light is a metaphor. This is a virtual reality. There's just information. There is no light. Light's just a metaphor. It's a tool that we make up because we have a belief by being in this physical reality that if you don't do something, nothing will happen. That's not true in the larger reality. It's not a doing kind of place. It's a being kind of place. It's an intent kind of place. It's not a doing kind of place. Doing is irrelevant. But because we believe that if you don't do something, nothing will happen, we actually have to take a light beam and burn something up because now we're doing something, therefore we can have a result. Otherwise, we're running crosswise to our beliefs about the way things work. That's what these tools do. They work with our beliefs, with our prejudices, with our fears, so that we can still operate within them using the tools that help us focus our intent in a way that we, beings of fear and ego and belief, we're like that, but tools will help us focus our intent anyway. So the light beam is a tool that'll help you focus your intent on what you're doing, because if you just said, oh, heal, you know that that won't work because you haven't done anything. You see? So tools help you focus, and that's all they are. You don't have to use a light beam. You can go cut it out with a big knife. You can pour acid on it. You can use a blowtorch and burn it. You can take a fairy wand and sprinkle fairy dust on it. You can do anything that suits you. All of those are just tools to help you focus your intent. None of them are primary. None of them are fundamental. None of our tools that we'll use here today are fundamental. There's only one active ingredient. That's your intent. This is consciousness. Your intent does everything else. But because we have all these habits of physical process, we need tools to help us focus our intent. With an ability to communicate with others in the way that I'm going to show you, and to heal, and to remote view comes responsibility. It has to come with responsibility, you see. If you do these things, and if your desire to do these things is pegged to an interest in you growing up, okay, it's connected to the fact that you want to experience this so that you know whether it works or not. Is it real? Can I really do these things? Then that's on your path to growth, if this is something you need. Now, people who already know that the larger reality is real, they don't need that proof. They don't need these demonstrations. They can skip this step and go on. For those of you that really need to do this, need to experience it, then these are ways that you can gather that evidential data to convince you that it is actually real. None of it's necessary, but it's all available to you. But you need responsibility. So there are times when you shouldn't heal. Disease and illness carries with it a lesson. And if it's your lesson to learn, and that illness is going to help you learn it, then somebody takes that illness away from you, they've just taken your opportunity to grow up away from you. Now you'll have to grow up in some other way. You'll probably get that illness right back. Or you'll get a different illness. Or something else will happen to have you learn that lesson. But you don't want to be overriding people's free will. You don't want to be healing those that need their illness to learn something. We're not here to feel good. We're here to grow up. And if the illness is helping us grow up, then that's okay. Even if that growing up takes your life, that's okay. You're here to grow up. You're not here to live a long life. You're here to grow up. You're not here to be happy. You're not here to, drink a lot of beer. You're not here to do any of those things. You're just here to grow up. So if your process is intended to help you grow up, you'll find the larger conscious system will help you, will aid you, and your process will go a lot quicker. If you're just having fun, if you're just, want to take a wild ride, you'd like to fly around, and soar and do things. You'd like to remote view the ladies' locker room, you want to heal some people, or maybe you want to give other people headaches. You see, it works either way. You can heal or you can hurt. It's just consciousness. So your intent is everything. And why you're doing it is important. My point here is figure out why you're doing it. You have to spend some time thinking about, why am I doing this? What's the point? Why am I trying to learn? Am I just want a wild ride? Is it for just the experience? Is it part of your growth? It's important to have that and let that be part of your intent, so the system clearly sees that you are trying to grow up. You're trying to learn. This is about becoming love, not about being cool because you can heal or you can remote view or something like that. It's not power. It's a tool. Okay? So that's important. Responsibility. Balance is important. Sometimes people get to where they realize they're being very successful with these skills, they start to do them all the time. Spend too much time with the non-physical, too much time, experiencing these things. They become unbalanced. The reason you're here is to grow up, and the way you most quickly and efficiently grow up is by interacting with other people, not by crossing your legs and meditating and going off and working in other reality systems. So don't let it unbalance you. The main reason you're here is interaction, connection with people, because that's what pushes your buttons. That's what, shows you where your ego is. That's what brings out the fear in you. So those where your lessons are, is in those interactions. The meditation is nice to keep you from being unbalanced in the opposite direction, where you don't do anything but just interact with people without thinking about it, what it means, what the lessons are. All you do is just do it because you do it. Well, that's unbalanced. That meditation brings perspective. If you meditate 10 hours a day, you're probably unbalanced. You need to get back in the world and interact more. So find the balance for you. And your balance can change from time to time. What your balance is, good balance for you now, may not be the right balance for you a decade from now, or even next week. Sometimes you will put a lot of energy into something and you'll learn a lot, but you won't do that forever. That's okay. So it's not, the balance doesn't have to be hour by hour. The balance just has to be, over the long run. You need to find balance. Okay. So let's talk specifically about the things we're going to do. First, we're going to make contact with others. Then we're going to do healing. And at the end, we're going to do remote viewing. Okay. Making contact. You can make contact with another individuated unit of consciousness. And it doesn't matter whether they're here with a body, whether they used to be here with a body and are now deceased, or whether they've never been here with a body. It doesn't make any difference. All of those are possibilities. People sometimes worry and have fear about making contact with some individual that will be negative, that will hurt them, that will be a problem. If you have that fear, and you may not know you have that fear, if there's something like that at your being level, then you need to be a little careful, because that fear will create what you fear. You see? If you don't have that fear, it won't be a problem. If you do have that fear will create itself. It will manifest itself. So, it's a good thing, since we don't know whether we have those fears at the being level or not, it's a good thing to start with some sort of little affirmation when you're going to make contact. What this affirmation is a well thought out intent of just what you're trying to accomplish, what you'd like to communicate with, how you'd like to communicate. Instead of just, anybody out there want to talk to me, which is opening itself to everybody, it's, I want to talk to those people or to those entities who have my spiritual growth, in mind, or, would like to be part of my progress toward becoming love, or however you want to do it. Now that narrows the field from, does anybody out there want to talk to me? You see? So if you can, again, we're talking about querying databases, you need to be specific. So if you can limit who you want your query to, what kind of people? The people maybe that know more than you do. The people that have a bigger picture than you do. Because there's lots of entities that are non-physical that don't have a bigger picture than you do. There's a lot that might just like to have some fun with you, give you some silly stuff. So you eliminate those with your intent early on. So you can think about that a little bit, how you might want to voice that intent. So that's a good thing to do initially. Eventually, you'll let that drop off. It'll be automatic, or you'll lose the fear and it won't matter anymore. But start with an affirmation that some limits those that you would like to talk to by certain criteria. beginners, I suggest the affirmation for all those. Also for beginners, if you have a hard time, because as soon as you start something, there's something inside of you. As soon as you start a communication, something inside of you kind of recoils because you're not sure whether you actually heard that, whether you made that up. You know, you're back to the is it real problem. If that is your thing, lead with your imagination. See, that solves that problem. You know where it's coming from. You're making it up. Lead with your imagination. If you lead with your imagination, then let it become whatever it is. In other words, your imagination now becomes another tool for you to get started. A lot of people choke at the starting point. They can't get started. But they can get information, they can communicate once they get started. They start the process. So if you're one of those who can't get started because you can't know for sure whether it's real, and you just can't get over that is it real issue, then lead with your with your imagination. Say, okay, I'm just going to imagine this person that I want to communicate to. So there they are, and this represents them. Make it symbolic, make it a metaphor. Okay, I'm talking to this, and you can just symbolize that with anything you want. So start the conversation. But as you start the conversation, then just kind of shift into being open and seeing what you get. You see? So you may start it with imagination, but then just become open. Don't try to lead the witness. Ask your question and wait for an answer. But now you at least got started, you see what I mean? At least you're in the process now and you're not stopped cold at the, who is that I'm talking to and is it real barrier. So you can lead with the imagination, let it shift into something else. And again, after you've done this 20 times with this entity, you'll know whether there's any value there for you or not. You won't know the first 10 times that you interact with it. You just won't have enough data to judge it. So don't judge anything until you have enough information to make that judgment. We tend to judge everything instantly because that's the way we operate here. Suspend that judgment. Just let it go, however it goes. Don't be afraid to be silly. Don't be afraid that you don't know what it's coming from. Don't be afraid that I'm being led down the la-la land, of woo-woo, talking with dead people or whatever. If that's a fear of yours, that will inhibit you. Just be open. Eventually, after you have enough information, enough experience, now you do have to judge it. Because you don't want to walk down la-la land, into the world of woo-woo. You want it to be useful. Now you judge it on how useful it is to you. What are you learning? What are you gaining from it? What sense do you have now of a bigger reality that's more firm than you had before? If it's useful, take it on. And you always come back to making these same kinds of judgments. Is it useful? So just because after 2 weeks of this you say, okay, it seems to be useful. Well, 2 weeks later, you still have to ask the same question. See, it's being skeptical all the time. You always have to be skeptical. You never get to the point where you say, I know exactly this. This is no question. That's a belief. That's not being skeptical. Never get to that point that you think you know what you're doing precisely. Get to the point that you decide, I think this is useful. I think this might be useful. I think this has potential to be useful, then work with it. If you don't think it has the potential to be useful, let it go. Always be skeptical. So you probably never get to the point that you feel certain of exactly what you get and exactly what you're supposed to do with it. Some of that takes time, but always remain skeptical of it. So you never believe it, but you can always work with it and see what value it brings to you. After 6 months of this, you'll start seeing the value, or not. If you don't start seeing the value, then you got to change what you're doing, change your approach. But the value becomes obvious with experience. All right. So you can lead with your imagination, but then just open up and let it go on its own. Healing. I think we've already talked about that. We're going to change future probability with our intent. Intent has to be specific, has to come from the being level. That means it has to come from an empathetic level. It has to come from a really caring level. You have to really care about that person you're healing. If you don't really care about them and you don't really have empathy for them, then you're not really connected to them and you're not really going to do much. If it's all a game in your intellect, it won't be very effective. So connecting at the being level means connecting empathetically, caring. You're healing them because you want to help them, not because you're having fun, doing experiments. So you have to be involved. Again, you have to be connected. It's not a bystander. You're not a bystander. You're not just looking on. You have to be engaged in the healing. So it's not at the intellectual level, the being level. Remote viewing, you're just getting data out of the database. That's all you're doing. Saying, what's at this place? Well, remote viewers were limited to just seeing what was at places for a long time. That's why they're called remote viewers, because they viewed places. Then they realized that they weren't really limited to just viewing places. They could remote view in the future. They could remote view in the past. They could remote view anything. Well, what they found out was that they really aren't remotely viewing. What they're doing is getting data out of a database, and they can get it about any subject they want. It's just another technique for getting data out of the database. That's all remote viewing is. I told you remote viewing, catch the very first impression you get, and that impression will come quickly. Don't wait for it. First thing that's in your mind is probably right. The last thing, before we actually get into the exercises, is that you should build robustness into your meditation, into your ability to let go of physical reality data stream. Okay? You need to build robustness into that. And the best way to do that is probably with building robustness into your meditation, because that's an easier thing to do. The way you do it is you have to meditate in different environments and different situations. Your meditation will almost certainly become a ritual if you always do it the same way. If you meditate lying down, you won't be able to meditate any other way other than lying down. You habituate yourself to a particular set of feelings and whatevers that just are associated with lying down. You sit up in a chair and meditate, and it's like, I can't do it, it doesn't work. Keep working at it until it does work. A couple of weeks, it'll start to work just as well, and then you can meditate sitting in a chair just as well as you could sitting down, lying down, then you can lie down again. And then go back and forth to where it doesn't make any difference. You can meditate either place. Then learn to meditate standing up. Then you get to where you can stand up, sit down, lie down, doesn't make any difference. Then learn to meditate while you walk. Now you have to parallel process, because you don't want to step in a hole, you don't want to walk into a wall, you don't want to walk into other people. So you have to have some part of you focused here on what you're doing, where you're walking, and another part of you someplace else. That'll take a little longer, but you'll find that you can do that too. Next, learn to meditate in some place that's noisy, some place that's crowded. Meditate on the subway, meditate, on a bus. And then for the bigger challenge, meditate on a bus full of 8-year-olds, a school bus. Be the chaperone for your child when they take a field trip at school. And while you're on the school bus going someplace with all these kids, meditate. Let go of all that noise. Let go of the whole thing and just be in a quiet place in your mind. Okay? Now what you'll learn is that you still will have an awareness of your environment. Like you'll still hear all the kids, but you won't be attached to them. They're just part of the background. So like when you're reading that book, you kind of know you're still in the house, but you're not attached to that. You're not really getting sense data and processing that It's there, but it's not being processed. You're not connected to it in any way. That's how you walk in the parks the same way. The data comes in, but you're not really connected to that data. We do this a lot when we drive our cars, right? How many of you have ever gotten in a car, gotten to your garage or something, and then thought, how did I get here? I don't remember the last, 6 miles, right? That's the same thing. You're there, you're connected, you're doing it, you're looking at traffic, you're stopping at stop signs, you're not running through red lights, you're making all the right turns, you're slowing down, you're speeding up, you're doing all that stuff, which is a pretty complex thing, driving a car, but yet you're not attached to it, you're not connected to it, and you're not processing it. This is a similar kind of thing. You can function in the world without being connected to the world. It's just something you learn through process. When you do this, what happens now, instead of having to take a half an hour out of your day to meditate or to heal or to remote view, you can take 30 seconds out of your day to heal or remote view or meditate. You see, it's instant. You can get into a non-connected state in a few tenths of a second. All you do is shift your focus to a different data stream, or no data stream at all, if you want it to be just in point consciousness. And once you do that, now the healing becomes so much easier because it doesn't take a big block of time. And you can do it in just little snippets of time between things. You're at your office. You have to get up and walk to the guy that's 5 desks down. In that amount of time, you can meditate and heal both during that trip. But that's a very robust meditation state. It makes your healing more effective because the heal is a cumulative process. You're modifying that probability. If you use your intent to modify it once and that's it, you're done, it'll modify it a little bit. But if you come back and try your intent on it again, it'll come back a little bit more. It's an additive process. So the more energy is another metaphor. There is no energy. It's all this information. But the energy that you put on it accumulates. So you and 10 other people work on that same person, it's going to have a bigger effect if all of you say are of equal strength in your healing. It'll be a 10-fold effect. There's 10 of you doing it. It's additive. So if you really want to be successful in your healing, it's not a one-shot thing. You may spend 5 minutes working on it the first time. Then after that, all day long, you have it in the back of your mind. And in seconds, you can go see that gingerbread cookie, see what the white or black spots are, and make sure it's all bright, brilliant, glowing white, and it stays that way. And you can check on it in seconds. Turn it, if it's got a little gray coming back into it, make it whiter. All you're doing is adding more intent to change that probability. And all those little pieces add up. You see? Otherwise, you're stuck with spending a half an hour to get into a meditation state, then to bring up the images, and work on the healing, and then come out of that, and you can't do that. Most people don't have just a half hour 4 or 5 times a day in their life that they can just go sit down and meditate. So it's good to learn to have a robust meditation state where you can drop things, focus, being level, do it, come back. You will find that if you take a half an hour to do something, probably 28 of those minutes are in process rather than actually healing. Most of it's process. The process is just ritual that makes us think that we're being effective and that we can do it. And if you believe that, then you'll have a hard time getting rid of your process. So that's why today we're not going to use any process. We're just going to do it. Okay, let's get started then. Well, we're at 11:30. That should be the first break. Everybody's got all that breakfast coffee to get rid of. So let's take a break first, and then we'll come back and start the exercises. Take 15 minutes. Attitude is everything. The way you approach it, your fears, your beliefs, your ego create attitudes. And getting over those attitudes and just being able to be open and accept and take what you get, engage, not judge, you see. Be detached. All those things are challenging for most of us, but those are the key things that make the difference. Being level, not intellectual level. So I spent a lot of time on describing those because as you work with this over the next year or 2 years, hopefully, this will become a part of your life, learning to live in a larger consciousness system. But as you work with this, you'll have some sense of what it is you need to work on. If it's not working real well for you, you'll know the things you have to overcome and the things you have to work on. Because most of us are full of these things that get in the way. Our successes will be sporadic. Occasionally we'll do really well, and occasionally we won't do very well at all. And that's because we're not that even, So our ego kind of flares up sometimes, and sometimes it's not. So we tend to change a lot in the way we are with our fear and our ego and our beliefs. So that's what you have to work on. So today we're just going to do it and see what happens, right? Don't feel like there's anything particular that you're going to have a result. You're just going to see what happens. Okay, so it's a real important idea to understand that what you bring to the table, your attitude, is everything. If that's not right, this won't work. That's why people who say, this is a lot of nonsense, it's all rubbish, couldn't possibly happen, it's not going to happen for them. Obviously, that's a lot of belief, that's a lot of ego, you see. And it's probably that ego and belief are tied to some fears. Fear that the world is out of control, not this nice, tidy little world of facts that they're used to. So you put all that together and know they won't do it. They can't do it. So this is what you have to do when you're training. You have to work with your attitude. Okay. The first thing that we're going to do is we're going to make contact with someone deceased. This could be an ancestor, family, friend, or really anybody else that you want to. And you should have some specific question or some specific connection that you want to explore. If you don't have that before you go, and that's true of all of these, if you don't have something specific, some reason, some intent of what you're going to do there, not necessarily a goal of how it's going to turn out, but just what it is you'd like to do, what you're going to do when you get there, then you'll tend to just float there and not do anything. Because once you're in a state that you're not plugged in here, that's not the place to be trying to figure out what to do. You need to start with that idea of what it is what kind of connection you want. You just want to chat? Is there something that you really want to know from a deceased ancestor? What's your point? So start with that. Why am I doing this? Okay. And once you answer that question, it's a matter of letting it happen. Okay, so what we'll do is you can close your eyes if you wish. Most people do because that allows them to shut out an awful lot of high bandwidth information just by closing their eyes. That helps. You can't close your ears. That's okay. If you hear sounds, just don't attach to them. They're just sounds. They're not important. So just take the next few minutes. I'll call you back when it's time to come back. So take the next few minutes to make contact with somebody who's deceased. Close your eyes and begin. Okay, in the next 30 seconds, wind up what you're doing, and when you are finished, open your eyes. All right, the next contact we're going to make is with someone who is close to you, someone that you can talk to afterwards. This one will be more evidential than the last. You can impart a suggestion. It's one of the things you can do. You go to a person that's close to you, you might want to impart a suggestion. The suggestion can be simple. For example, you might say to them over and over, the color is red. The color is red. Remember this, the color is red. And then when you see them later today or call them up on the phone, just ask, what is the color? And see if they say red. You see what their reaction is, whether or not they got that. So this is a little more evidential as far as the connection goes. Here's an example of one of these that the one did in having a little fun with a friend of hers, a very old friend of the family we've known for probably 35 years. And this lady was a professional lady, and she had a tendency to wear button-up blouses, and she'd always unbutton a couple of buttons down the front, as is typical. And Pamela sent her the idea. She said, button your blouse. Button the next button up on your blouse. You need to button that button. And she did this for, 5 minutes or something, a little bit of time. She sent that, and then, of course, she called her up that day and said, did you notice anything, today? Did you have any odd ideas? And, of course, the idea is, well, no, I don't think so. And she says, well, it was about your clothes. And the lady says, yes. She says, I actually did. I kept having this idea that there was something wrong with my blouse. There was something I did wrong. So I looked for, stains. I looked for, problems, and it just wouldn't go away. So I finally opened one more button on the blouse. So she did just the opposite, because in her mind, opening a button was a better idea than buttoning one up. So you can come up with any little thing. This is just kind of a fun thing with somebody that you know well, that you can do fun things with, that won't be bothered by it. And you could, if it's somebody that tell them that you love them. And you could ask them about, did they have any kind of feelings in that direction? Did they feel that? Or you could apologize if there's a problem going on there, and see if suddenly things seem to be resolved that weren't resolved before. So anything that's evidential that you can do, just connect to a person. Now, when you talk to a person like this, bring up that person in your intent, who you intend to talk to. Okay? If you want to, you can symbolize them with something, another gingerbread cookie if you like, or maybe just a spotter, maybe nothing at all, just a feeling would be fine. Something that holds your intent that that's who you're talking to. And then impart your message. Say what you're trying to do. If you're going to use the color red, then you have to repeat that. You have to do something that'll make them remember it. But if you're going to apologize or tell them you love them or some other sort of thing that you think will be dramatic enough that you will be able to talk to them later and see if they got it, then just work on that. But they will get it. Not necessarily in their intellect, They'll get it as a feeling. They'll get it in their intuition. And they will get it. Make sure that what you say is something that is either neutral, like button your blouse, or something that is positive for them, something that is nice, something that is pleasant. Don't use this to berate somebody, to tell them what's wrong with them. That would be a misuse of this. Make sure it's positive, it's caring, it's about them, not about you. Not about things you want them to do. You're not trying to manipulate them. You're not trying to get them to do something. You're not trying to get them to see a certain point. You're not doing any of that. It's just something positive for them, or something neutral for them. And hopefully something that'll be evidential that you can check on later. Because again, doing evidential things is what's important for a beginner. Okay. With someone close, impart a suggestion or a feeling. Okay, begin. Okay, in the next 30 seconds, wind up what you're doing, and when you are finished, open your eyes. The next exercise will be speaking with somebody to whom you need to have a heart-to-heart discussion. Someone you really need to impart some feeling to, some information. Okay? Go ahead and begin that heart-to-heart discussion. Okay, within the next 30 seconds, wind up what it is you're doing at the present time, and when you're done, open your eyes. Okay, the last contact that we're going to make in our experiments today, I want you to ask the larger consciousness system for specific guidance about your personal growth path. Ask the LCS for specific guidance about your growth path. Go ahead and begin. Okay, take the next 30 seconds to finish up what you're doing. And when you're done, open your eyes. All right, now that everybody's had a little experience making contact, I'll make a few comments and then we'll let you make some comments. First, the connection. People wonder about, are they really going to get what I'm sending? And the answer to that is yes. And it doesn't matter whether they're busy doing something, having a conversation, in the middle of a work day, whether they're asleep, unconscious, it doesn't matter. They'll get it. You're talking directly, consciousness to consciousness. You're not talking to their intellect. You're talking to their consciousness. They will get it, and they will get it at an intuitive level. So, yes, they do get it. The other thing is process. If you find that in the time I've given you, it takes you a lot of time to establish the connection and get it going and that sort of thing, you're spending way too much time in process. Just start it. Don't have to get it going. Just intend and do it. No process involved. You don't have to get into the right state. You don't have to do anything like that. Just start. Okay. Get your mind focused, make the connection, and then start. So, the last thing is interaction. This is an interactive communication. You're talking to them, but you can get information back from them. It's interactive. You can ask questions. Answers will lead to new questions. It can be a completely interactive experience. And again, it doesn't matter whether they're in the middle of their workday, whether they're unconscious, asleep, or anything else. Makes no difference what they're doing with their intellect. It's consciousness to consciousness. Okay? Now, did anybody have any experiences that were particularly significant that they think are worth sharing as an experience? Speak up so everybody can hear you, because
with the first contact, I wasn't able to really connect, but what it showed me is that because I thought the person didn't want to talk to me, but it wasn't the truth. It was just my own feeling. So, or that's what I got from it. And then the second one was, I asked about my path. And I was really scared, but I let it go. And I just saw myself fall into a really dark pit at the center of the earth, and then I was thrown into a volcano out into the universe, and then turned into the sun, and then became a fireworks, and then just fireworked around the earth, and that felt really good.
Now, those are all metaphors. Those were all metaphors. Metaphors that should mean something special or significant to you. The pit, the sun, the metaphors, the fireworks, all of those are metaphors. Probably metaphors for different places on your path. Maybe where you are now and where you might go in the near future is more like the pit. Eventually you'll head to the sun, and then it'll be fireworks. So it's probably giving you a sense of your path so that you don't feel so much anxiety about where am I going and what can I get to. So you have to look, the meaning, I just made those interpretations up of metaphors, but metaphors are special for you. They're your metaphors. You have to think, what does that mean? So that's That's the process. The things you get tend to be metaphors and symbols, just like in a dream. The things you get are metaphors and symbols. Sometimes it's just literal information, but often it's metaphorical.
Just the fear was a little bit that I was afraid that I was making that up, that it's what I wanted it to be. But since you had said not to do that, I just kind of let that go.
Just let that go. Good. Yeah. Good. Okay. Who has the other mic? Okay. Elliot?
Hey, I noticed that when I was querying people, they just approached me. But when I tried to query LCS, I realized I needed some sort of metaphor to approach it. And so at first I had like 2001, HAL 9000, and that was not helping. So then there was a door and a letter just got slipped under a door. And I just picked up the letter and started to scan it. And there was one word that jumped. The rest of it was like gobbledygook, but one word jumped out. And then a series of cinematics came and it just took care of itself. So that was interesting.
Yeah.
It was interesting.
Yes, that's why I say that you have to engage. See, it's not a spectator sport that you just sit back and wait for something to come to you. You have to engage it in that way. So you engaged it, the engagement finally ended up in a door. The computer didn't work, the door worked. Then what about the door? Was somebody supposed to walk through it or what? You didn't know, so the envelope, but then that led to the actual things that you're doing. You never know about the format in which you're going to get things. That's why you always engage, even if it seems pointless, and realize that these are just metaphors.
So with the first one, I was connecting to someone that I've never met in life, but that I know of through another person,
Mm-hmm.
And at first it was really abstract, and it was almost like a smell and some color tones. I could feel some sound tones inside of me, and then it kind of started coming into, I asked a question to make it more specific because it was really abstract. So I said, can you give me advice? And I was seeing a lot of like flowers around the beginning of it that were like white magnolia flowers. So then I got a flower, and then I could see like her hands folding and things like that. But then I got like a egg thing, and it felt like the texture of like a hard-boiled egg to me, but like looked like a little glowy egg thing. And then you were like, okay, it's time to start coming back. So I just ate it. Because I was like, it'll go into me and then I'll get the information later. So that was my idea. I'm like, oh God. So I hope that's good. And then like with the conversation with like a person, I started sending a message, and then it shifted and I could feel the message coming back a little bit, which is common because I try to connect with this person a lot in this way. And then it just went into like a conversation. And then with the last one, it was cool because I had no idea what I was going to get. But when I got the message from the LCS that was like, this is a thing to focus on for your path, I was like, but I'm scared of that. And then it took something, it was like, give me that, let me look at it, and I like handed it over and they took it away and they won't give it back. So I was like, cool, good. I'm still scared, but thank you, So I just take that as like some type of encouragement,
Yeah. Well, often the things that frighten us are the very things that we need to work on. It's that fear. So that you getting the frightened feeling may have indeed been telling you what it is that you need to work on. It's those things that frighten you are the things that are important.
The first person I tried to contact was a cousin of mine. And I didn't realize until I was contacting him that I did have an expectation. I think the expectation was that because he had passed, that he would talk to me differently than how I knew him, that he might have just sort of a broader view then. And as we started connecting, I pretty quickly felt like that wasn't the case. And I really just spoke with him as if as if he was still here. And so
Right.
that adjustment happened in the space there. On the next one, I connected with my stepson. And while I was doing that, I experienced some pain or some sensation in my spine where I had an injury about 35 years ago, and I haven't really had sensation there for a long time. And then the thought that distracted me was, oh, is Tom working on me while I'm connecting with my stepson? So I don't really know, but I tried to stay focused on what I was doing with my stepson, but also felt what was happening in my old injury. And I guess those were the two most significant ones out of the four for me.
Yeah, you're finding that that the person was exactly who they were. They weren't more impressive or more knowledgeable or have bigger picture. That's not what you get. You'll get them just exactly. It's the historical database is where you're getting that from, and it is them. It's them, but it's in a way it's more than them, because it's them plus all the probability of how they might react or how they may talk about something. So when you interact with them, the default is you get the most probable thing that person would have said or done or felt or whatever, because you have all the data, every feeling, every thought, whether it was expressed or not, everything at all levels. You have that complete person there, and it's in terms of probability in the database, and you just get what's most probable when you talk to them. So you can even ask a question about current events. Oh, a person that's been dead for 30 years, what do you think about the election we're going to have next year? You say, and you'd think they'd say, well, I don't know anything about that. It's not in my database. But no, you will get the probable answer that they would have given if they were aware of that information. So you'll get a probable answer for that. So you can talk about current events with these individuals. The other point that a lot of people stumble with is it's like, well, is that really them or is it just the database? There's very little difference between the two. And the difference between the two is really insignificant when it comes to talking about information. The only difference between the two is that one of them, they're both databases, if you want to put it that way. They're both databases. You're a database too. We all are information. It's an information system. We're subsets of information. That information includes processing, memory, and all the things that create consciousness. It is information. So when you have this information captured at a person, every thought and feeling, everything that made them up, that's them totally. That is them. And you also have this probability. You could say, well, give me the 10th most likely thing that they would say, and now you'll get a different string of answers. You've had a different query to the database. Okay. But now, what's the real one like? That's the one in the database. The real one's exactly the same thing, was exactly the same thing, other than the real one, which means the person who was alive 30 years ago. At that point, they had a free will making choices, modifying their evolution of their consciousness. Now that's not true. Now that person is just information in the database, no longer making choices to evolve itself. The entity that was making those choices 30 years ago has now moved on to some other incarnation, doing something else, making choices in a different situation. You see, what you want to talk to is Uncle Fred. Then Uncle Fred, who died 30 years ago, that's who you're talking to, is that Uncle Fred. So that's your intent, to talk to Uncle Fred. That's what you get, because that entity that was Uncle Fred is now somebody's Aunt Susie. You know, who knows, you know, and they're experiencing a different life, a different place. So there really is no difference between Uncle Fred and who you talk to. It's really basically the same thing. So people have this idea, I want to talk to the real Uncle Fred, you know, not the fake one in the database. But it's not like that. It's not a fake one in the database. It's really the same person. It's just databases don't make free will choices. It's just information. But that's all we are anyhow, is information. And it's an accurate copy of the information that defines, you know, the person, Uncle Fred. Okay, anybody else have a comment?
I started out, it took me a while to focus my intent and get into the process because it kept going, my mind kept going everywhere. But as soon as I more focused it, what I saw was a very pixelated, more like MS-DOS, green and black. You know, it was just very basic. I was searching for my dad who passed away a number of years ago, and I just saw like maybe a silhouette or his voice. And I was just going to tell him how much I loved him, and then it switched to a dog, which was with more color and more pixels, and just started licking my face. So that was pretty great.
Yeah, it was neat to have your dad lick your face. Yeah. That's a good feeling. Yeah.
It took a while to get into
Yeah, a lot of that taking a while to get into the focus has to be with not quite sure what you're doing or how it'll work or whatever, and it takes a while for you to kind of settle down your mind into what you're doing. That will get better and a lot quicker as you practice. And you have something to say? Go ahead.
Well, my first one was, I know my son's been working a lot of hours lately, so I just kept saying, "You have so much energy, you have so much energy." So I can't wait to hear, what he tells me today. And the second one was, I had a niece that passed through suicide about 8 months ago, and she was the first grandchild born. A beautiful girl, very talented. And so her mom's still grieving, of course. And so I said to her, how can we help your mom? What is it that we can do to help her through this? And how are you? And so all she said to me was like, I'm having so much fun. I'm playing with all these kids, because she always wanted a child but never had one. And she said, look at my hair. And it was just beautiful, beautiful curls and curls, blonde curls, So she said, just tell my mom that I'm great, and I'm having fun, and I'm with all these children now. And the next one was with my mother, because my mother hasn't spoken to me probably in about 11 years. It's okay, though. My biggest concern was to connect with my mother and to tell her that our youngest sister, who's the last of 6 children, disconnected. My mother disconnected from her probably when she was 15, and she's 50 now. So I said, Mom, please, I love you, we love you, but you really need to connect with Lou. You need to tell her that you love her, she's fine, so that she can really get on with her life, because it still bothers her. So that was really important for me to make that connection with my mother. And then the last one, things to work on. I don't know if you remember the poster, Robert Crumb, Keep on Truckin', that cartoon with the big yellow foot. That's all I saw was Keep on Truckin'. So yeah, thank you. This is amazing.
Yes. Now you should pass that message on. That first one where the message is, Mom, I'm okay, I'm doing well, and the imagery with the hair and the children and that sort of thing. That wasn't a message just meant for you. That was a message for you to pass on. It was for her to help her with her grieving, that everything is okay.
I have a question. So in the middle of the sleepless night last night, the last question you asked came to my mind. Ask the logic consciousness system for specific guidance. And I did during the night. And I think I got it during the night in a kind of, I don't know, statement or something like that. Then when and the exercise today, I said, that's just the question I asked myself last night. And I was looking for something very specific, like 5 points or, 3 steps. It didn't come. But maybe what I heard last night is what I should have heard. I'm not sure if I'm hearing things right or getting it.
So what did you get this time? Did you get anything at all?
No.
That may have been, we already told you.
I did get a notion of that.
You did get a notion of that, kind of a feeling of, well, we just told you that last night.
After it was over and I'm looking for the 5 points or whatever, it was like, I told you. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh.
that happens. Yeah.
So I'm kind of new to this. Okay.
Well, yeah, you will learn more and get better at this with experience. Okay, one more, and then we're going to move on to the next thing.
So maybe this has to do with just my lifestyle. I felt like my question to the LCS was a lot more like specific, and the instruction was specific. I asked like, what is like one thing that I can do like right now to improve my growth process? And the answer that I received was to clear and quiet my mind, like to declutter it. And then the next thing was like, how can I be a happy learner? Like, I feel like I'm kind of like a kid with a flame, it's like, oh, I'm like really happy right now, but I just want to touch the flame. And then I'm super sad once I touch it. And then I just vacillate a lot. So, the answer to that was kind of like letting go of the fear of failure. So I don't want to get back to what you were saying not to do, which is question the validity of what was received. But yeah, that's what I got.
Yeah, but you have to interpret the metaphors. You have to interpret those. So, yeah, well, that would make sense in that situation. What you got? You want to reach out and touch that flame. There's a reason that you feel compelled to do that, and that reason probably has to do with fear. Okay, well, we'll go on to the next thing. So leave you in this with the idea that you do communicate, and it doesn't matter who did I talk to. It matters, is that valuable for me? Is that something that I can process? And the more you do it, the better the communication link. So this communication link may at the beginning seem very tenuous and spotty, but the more you use it, the stronger it gets. Okay, always stay skeptical. Always assess the value, but not until you have enough information to make an assessment. All right, we're going to move on to healing. Okay, we had, where's my, well, maybe we aren't. There's one. They took one but left one. Good thing. The one I had out got removed by the people who gather up these things at night, I guess. The whiteboard fairies that come around and clean up. So I asked you before to come with some names of people that we would heal as a group, people that have some sort of illness, hopefully is something that is more visually obvious. Do we have any suggestions to put on the board? Okay, hands up. Okay, tell me one. Just give me a name, a first name and an initial. Yeah, like Susie Q. Lauren P.
Lauren P.
Okay.
Karen G.
Karen G.
Somebody else? Joan F. Oh, this is so much easier. When I was doing this in India, it was really tough. They were giving me these names that were 16 letters long, 5 consonants. Yeah, 5 consonants all together, no vowels. It was really tough. S. And just one more.
Homa S.
Yeah, this is the one you know what it is. Amy,
Amy M.
Okay, Amy M. Okay, we have 5 names. Now we're going to heal these people as a group just to get a little experience healing, so then we can talk about it, so we know kind of what works and what to do and what not to do and how it felt and what does it mean, and we can kind of work out some of the kinks with it. So these will be enough for us to get that experience. Now, those of you that didn't put a name on the board have a person that you can share with somebody else here to do the same thing. You can give them the name, see, and a phone number or an email so they can get in touch with you, so that then they can try this process and call you up or send you an email and find out whether they got it right or wrong. And this is the way that you can do this particular kind of experiment. Buddy up with somebody or with two somebodies, and then you trade, because you'll know people who are ill and you can give them Susie Q and you'll know what's wrong with them. They can go do the diagnosis and you can tell them whether they got it right or not. And they can give you people that they know so that you can go do the diagnosis and then talk to them and they'll tell you whether it's right or not. So that's how you work this thing. You work it with somebody else. Or like I say, 2 or 3 somebody else's who can share. And there's no end of people with illnesses. You talk to your family, to your mom, dad, to people who are older, and they know lots of people that have problems. So there's no end to that, but you need to get those people names like this and not know what's wrong with them. Hopefully you won't know them at all. It'll be just a Susie Q that doesn't mean anything at all to you, and then you can practice. So do this 30, 40, 50 times. Just do it with a buddy, with somebody. And you can start that now just by passing somebody a name, if the names that you brought wasn't on the board, and an email, and go practice, see if you get that one right. So it's just a little bit of incentive to start kind of this buddy system with doing this. The more you practice it, the better you'll get. It's evidential. You'll get evidence right after you do it as to whether or not you got it right and how right you got it or how wrong you got it. Correlate that with the attitude that you came with it, the amount of process that you used. If it's unsuccessful, change how you're coming at it. Try to grow up a little bit, get rid of a little more fear, get rid of your preconceived notions, your expectations, your guessing, and seeing the first thing. Just work on all those things, and eventually you'll get better and better and better as you understand what's going on and what works. And everybody here should, like say, if you practice this daily, just once a day, you traded a name. In 3 months, you ought to be in the 75 to 80% success range of diagnosing what's wrong with people. See, that's pretty good. It's not that hard. That's why I offer this as a way to do it. But if you only do it twice, and those 2 times you don't get anything and you quit, then you'll never collect the evidence. So you have to do it enough times to get data, but it's not a hard thing to do. All right, well, let's work on these people, and then we'll have some experience that then we can talk about. There's no sense talking with people who have no experience doing it because they can't process the information. So we're going to get a little experience, and then we'll talk about it a little to help you process the information and find out what it means. Now, the process we're going to use, or the process I'm asking you to use, is just a simple visual process. If you're not visual, use a simple feeling process. Feel your way through it rather than see it. 3D high-res pictures are not useful. They're problematic. They'll take too much of your concentration to create that. You don't want that. You want something that's no more than what you need to get a metaphor of what you're looking at. And what you're looking at is a metaphor. That humanoid shape, the black spots, these are all metaphors. Metaphors for the person's energy body, or the person's health body, where the things that aren't healthy are. And we're going to do a diagnosis. And then you're going to write it down on your paper. And yes, you can get the diagnosis and you can open your eyes and write, and you can go right back to it. We're not in any kind of great mental states or anything. We're just doing it. You'll find out that it works just as well if you just do it than if you take a lot of process to get there. That all the process is really not necessary. This is an attribute of consciousness. You noticed how when you did the communication, that once you got into it, this reality disappeared. While you were in that communication, having that heart-to-heart, or any of the others, this reality just disappeared. You disconnected from the data stream here. Well, you see, you don't need a lot of meditation practice to do that. You can just do it. And we're not expecting you to do it for long periods of time, so it's pretty easy for most people just to drop that for a short period of time. So, intend that we're going to talk about Lauren P. first, but intend that not just any Lauren P., that Lauren P., the person that is represented by that name on the board that was given by somebody here who had an illness. That's the Lauren P. that we want to focus on. That's important. Next, establishing the output format, the humanoid shape, the white and dark for the health and illness. The dark being more dark if it's more serious. Now, if you're going to diagnose where illnesses are, you need to first establish right from left. So are you looking at the person's face, the front of them, or are you looking at the back of them? If you don't specify with your intent, it'll be a random draw between either of those. So you might get right and left confused if you don't specify and hold that intent. Now, if you see something that's on the front of somebody and you don't specify whether it's here or whether it's actually right through there on the other side on the back of somebody, you're just looking through the person to see where the dark spots are, you'll see one here and you'll say, oh, it's something wrong with the heart, but actually there's something wrong with the back right behind that spot, see? So now you have to rotate the person sideways so you can tell front from back. You have to specify how you're looking at this person in order to get the right things in the right places. Some people just seem to be really prone to switching right and left. Not sure exactly why that is, but I know there's some people that will be right almost 100% of the time, except they've got the right and left backwards. Just like I know people, every time they walk out of an elevator in a hotel, they always turn in the wrong direction. 100% of the time. Okay. Anyway, it's just like that. So you may get right and left confused because that's kind of a detail. When you're actually healing somebody, you don't care about right and left. It's not important. You don't care about front and back. You don't go through any of that. All you do is heal the person. Right and left, front, back's all irrelevant. Okay? But we're trying to do evidential diagnosis. So to do evidential diagnosis, we need to do that, and then you have to have the intent to separate front from back and right from left. If you let that intent drop, because you're just focused on the healing and not on what you're seeing, or not the output format, your output format will get cloudy and you're liable to get things backwards. I think that's why those people that tend to get it wrong is they got their intellect in it, and their intellect is making the choice, but at a being level where their intellect isn't, a different choice is being made. Anyway, that's what we'll do. So first we're going to bring up the picture, look at it, and the first thing you see, don't do a lot of process. Just look at it and see what you see. Then write it down, draw your little humanoid shape and color it in where you see it and label it number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You don't have to write down the name that way. And keep track of it. So then we'll come back after this and we'll ask each of the people that presented this to tell us what exactly was wrong with that person, and we'll see if what you got in diagnosis fits, what they say. So that's what we're going to do. No performance anxiety, No worries about whether you get it right or not, right? It's just an experiment. You're going to try it, see what happens. No expectations. Just something we're going to do. No process. Do it quickly. If you wait to see those spots, you probably waited too long. They're going to show up immediately. Don't think about it. Thinking about it is the worst thing you can do. Keep your intellect out of the picture. Just do it. Open up and see it. That's it. It'll come very, very fast. All right. I'll give you just a couple of minutes with each one. Same as before. I gave you a little more time with things like heart to heart because that takes a little more time to deal with. But these will be fairly short because you'll see it and you'll have it, and there's a lot of extra time really doesn't help much. So first we'll do the diagnosis, then we'll do the healing. The healing you can do by just getting rid of the black spots, the dark spots, the things that you feel that are wrong. You can do healing at a general level, feel good, be happy level. You can do that, and that works, but it's very non-specific. Or you can just give energy and say, metaphorical energy, of course, and say, do whatever you want with this. Or you can work on a particular black spot and turn that particular spot white. Not only do we turn it white, we want to keep it white. We want an intent that it be a bright, luminous white, very bright. And we want an intent that it stays that way. Not that we're just going to turn it for a little bit, but that it stays that way for a long time. That the person is healed, that they are going to be healthy after this. So that's, your intent has to cover all these things. It has to be a real intent that's there because you care, and it comes out of the being level. Okay, so that's all the instructions. All right, let's start by diagnosing and then healing Lauren P. Diagnose and then heal Laura P. When you're done, open your eyes and we'll go on to the next one. I'll give you I'll tell you when to come back, give you a 30-second to wind it up like I did before, and then we'll come back and do the next one. We're going to do all 5 of them before we discuss any of them. Okay, so begin healing Lauren P. Okay, take the next 30 seconds to finish up what you're doing. And when you're done, open your eyes. Okay, the next person we're going to diagnose and then heal is Karen G. Diagnose and then heal Karen G. Okay, take the next 30 seconds to finish up what you're doing. And then when you're done, open your eyes. Remember or make a sketch of what you have seen. Next, we are going to first diagnose and then heal John F. Diagnose and heal John F.
Joe.
No, I'm sorry, Joan. Yeah. Joan F. Yeah. Not John. Joan F. Right.
John also.
Yeah. But heal Joan F. Good. Take the next 30 seconds to finish up what you're doing. And when you're finished, open your eyes. Okay, take the next 30 seconds to finish up what you're doing. And when you're done, open your eyes. Next, we're going to diagnose and then heal. Homa S. Diagnose and then heal. Homa S. Take the next 30 seconds to finish up what you're doing. When you're done, open your eyes. Lastly, we're going to diagnose and then heal Amy M. Diagnose and heal Amy M. take the next 30 seconds to finish what you're doing, and then open your eyes. Now make sure you take notes and you write down all the things that you've seen so that we can look at it later and tell whether or not you saw what was there. So make all your notes, finish that up, and it's time for lunch. We'll find out the truth after lunch. So let's go have lunch. And when we come back, don't be late, because we're going to say what the results are. We just finished doing a diagnosis and healing of 5 people, and we would like to know what the truth is. So would whoever suggested Lauren P. tell us what Lauren P.'s ailment was?
Raise their hand and let me give them a mic.
Here in front.
Okay. Oh, okay. Thank you.
Lauren P. has diabetes, and she's severely ill with it. She needs a kidney transplant and a pancreas transplant. Otherwise, she won't survive.
Okay. So the problems would have been kidney, that would be to the back and one side, and pancreas, which would have been in about the same region. So the black marks would have been in this area. Although diabetes is a systemic thing, has to do with blood sugar, so it could have been through all the circulatory system. If you also saw a bunch of little streaks through it, that would have been, the circulatory system. All right. The second one was Karen G. Tell us about Karen.
Karen has 3rd stage ovarian cancer.
Okay.
So,
Is that on both ovaries or just?
I just think it's the one.
Okay.
She was just diagnosed about 2 weeks ago.
Okay. Ovarian cancer. So that would have been
Wow.
in front. All right. And Joan F. What?
Joan had a brain aneurysm that was fixed, and then a month later, she got brain swelling, and as an end result, she don't walk properly. She needs an aid to walk with.
Okay. So there, your correct answer would have been somewhere up in the head. Would have been where the black spot would have been.
Yeah, but I think the leg. Yeah, I think the leg.
Affected her legs. So that was a problem with walking. Yeah, that would have, you would have seen that with a leg.
It's like, right.
Oh, they both have the right leg.
Yeah. Yeah, right leg. Okay. The next one was Homa S. Mike, over to Homa.
Homa has stage 4 breast cancer that has spread to her lymph nodes. So she had 1 mastectomy. Yeah.
Okay. Breast cancer and spread the lymph nodes.
Yes.
So the lymph nodes would be at various.
Yeah, like underarm.
Oh, under the arm.
Yes.
These lymph nodes, so breast and underarm. All right. And Amy M.
Trying to read her original message, but so it's her spine, it's her mid to low back spine injury, which she also said was affecting her left side of her neck.
Okay. Lower back and left side of the neck. So that's all the truth data. So how many people got at least some of that right? See that? almost everybody. Almost every. How many got, say, 2 or 3 things that were right? Fewer, but still quite a number. Who got it all right? Anybody?
Okay, so I got all of them right, but for different people, which is very
Different order.
strange.
I told you
And I
that would
feel
happen.
very like weird right now. So I have Lauren, I have like all of them is that diagnosis, but for the wrong person. So I have diabetes, I do have head aneurysm. I'm kind of shaking right now. I do have somebody had the ovarian reproductive. I put like here, and the head and neck I put for Lauren, but it's for Joan or somebody else. Yeah. So I'm kind of shaking right now because I was like, I had an anxiety about this, like the performance anxiety, like you were talking.
Mm-hmm.
And I had that over lunch. I was like, what if I get all of it wrong? And I did get all of it wrong, but the diagnoses are just all over the place.
That happens. Every group, there's several people that have all the right answers, but all in the wrong order. That's usually a precision problem in the intent. Okay. Huh? You gonna? Yeah. Yeah. There's always a few people that get it all wrong as well. Yeah. Yeah. But also, a lot of people will get right-left confused, where they'll get the right sort of thing, but they'll have it on the wrong side. That's kind of typical. It's hard to hold all those intents of turning people around, and all the rest of it's a little difficult to do. So right to left is often confused. Mike, can we pass that mic?
As to the diagnostics, I mean, I just made an X or I just marked the location without really going into, okay, it's without specifying it's cancer or it's, I just said it's something in this
Right.
is the area where there is something. And other people had very precise diagnosis.
Right. All we were hoping for was just to get the right area. So you did as instructed, but some people will get more information than that. They'll not only get an area, but they'll get more details about the disease. Some people will even get suggestions on what it is they need to do for it to get better. It depends on what your intent is. Generally, our intents aren't so clean and well-shaped and, logical as we think. So some people who, in just naturally the way they are, they think about, well, what is it? Or what can be done about it? That's just the way they approach things, and they get all that information as well. So it's all that's available. Yes?
As soon as you said to start, doing it or whatever, as soon as I closed my eyes, this thing came in my mind. It's a breast cancer. So I thought it was for number 2, Karen, but it was for somebody else. So I'm sorry, and I also got ovarian cancer, but for the wrong people. Just the same as.
Now, some of that could be circumstance, because breast cancer is fairly common that might come up. So it could be circumstance. You just have to do it enough to see. Or it could have been that your intent wasn't precise enough to get just that person. Yeah, and your intent was not clear. So you got one of the cases, but not necessarily that one. Pass it right behind you.
So I also got like a couple things that were off of the person, that could have been relating to one of the other people, but I got some specific information too. And so I think it's kind of interesting because I want to learn how to clarify my intent so I can do the remote viewing stuff and just have that evidence. But some things that would pop into my mind would like, this one needs like an oil change, like drink tons of water, like flush out the system, or something like very specific like that. And so it would be curious to do it with someone you know so you could find out more.
Yes.
Some of it was like a feeling of oldness or inflammation or like something more relating to their personality than the disease on the physical level. So I always think that's interesting. I mean, it could possibly be relevant to the situation. But I also like the fact that it doesn't really matter, because once you go to the healing side of it, none of that stuff matters anyway. You just go right to it.
Exactly. Okay, there's some other comments over here. If we pass that around.
Yes, thank you. I'm feeling a little bit confused now because the language that I received was not medical in any shape or form. For example, one of the intense moments was for person number 2, for Karen. There was this red field with this deep, dark purple, almost like axonal connections, and it was very angry and pulsating. And on others too, I saw this kind of visual textures that had emotional content, but they were very non-specific. They were more impressionistic. And because I don't speak that language, there was zero value in the information carried for me. How to work with that?
I don't know why you got the pictures that you got. I no doubt that you got them, and that was data that was sent to you. There's no doubt about that. But unless your intent somehow was different or not clear, I don't know why that would happen. The only thing I could guess is that the intent was not real clear, so you got something else, or the system may just thought you needed to see that for some reason. I don't know. No way of knowing. It didn't mean anything to you. There weren't metaphors that you could use, the colors and the textures.
Yeah, I didn't know how to decipher it. They were all very different and very specific, but it was almost like looking at this animated, pulsating symbols, but I didn't know how to decipher them.
I don't know. See, it could be that there's a part of your intent that wasn't really in your intellect, that say was interested in their feelings or how they were dealing with these illnesses, or some of the thing that just crossed your mind when you started this work. Like, oh, these are people, I wonder how they feel about this, or what it's doing to them emotionally or something. Maybe if that intent were there, then you would get that information. So intents aren't always what we think they are, because we work with them in the intellect, but the intent that has the power is in the being level, and a lot of people's being level is in subconscious areas that they don't really have access to with their intellect. So it's hard to tell. It takes practice to get your intent steady. So that'd be my guess, but I really don't know. I'm just guessing at that because I don't have anything better to do than guess at that. I don't have anything better to say about it, sorry. Okay. Yes.
So with mine, like when you wrote the ones in the board, one of them, obviously I knew the diagnosis, but the other 4, when you wrote them on the board, I didn't know that we were doing them one by one. So I just went through them and I didn't focus on anything. Like, it was just this. So there was no focus or no intent. So I'm trying to see like what happened. Is this remote viewing or is this diagnosis because you focused your intent on a target, but I didn't focus? And why did, obviously they were all wrong, but different diagnoses, but all of them were the diagnosis on the board, but for different people. So what happened? I'm a little scared right now.
I suspect you had an intent. Oh, let's see what each one of those has. That's why you decided, that's why you went through them one after another. So that was an intent, so that's what happened. You didn't necessarily have an intent that you would go through them in exactly that order. Your intent was more general and said, we'll just go through them. So if you had a general intent to, let's look at each one of them, well, then you'd get each one of them, but not necessarily in the order that we did them in.
No. So this was like a clairvoyance, or I'm like,
No,
because there was no focus.
It's just a kind of kind of a loose intent. The
Mm.
intent, we have all sorts of intents. And while you were just sitting there and I wrote them down, you may have had, oh, I wonder what's wrong with them. See, that's an intent.
Mm-hmm.
So you get something. Or I've finished writing them down and you say, I wonder what they all had. Well, that's an intent. You get information.
Quick question about the healing process at the end. When I was trying to apply white light, it was saying to me, like, you can't heal. You're not supposed to want. And I was just like, huh? You know, and I knew it was my own mind, but there's this, a lot of, you can't want. You can't want to ask questions, or you can't demand, you know, this or that from the universe. Or
I say that's coming out of your own, you know, your own mind. That's coming out of yourself, where you feel like you can't want, or you shouldn't want. And that part of you, you know, that's ego, and that part of you is trying to take control, trying to tell you what to do, what you can do, and what you can't do. Comes out of your own beliefs and feelings about yourself. So that wouldn't be the larger consciousness system telling you that you can't want, because
so when is it okay to want something? Because, you know, we want to be helpful to others. So I feel like as long as you're doing something for good reasons, you can do it. But what is a good reason? What is not a selfish reason to do something?
Okay, the way that that breaks out is if in the long term what you want is going to lower entropy of the system, then it's a good thing. If on the long term it's going to increase entropy of the system, that's not a good thing. So that's how you can tell. Now, how do you know which is which? That just takes practice and understanding, where you get a sense of the long-term effects of what you're doing. So there's nothing wrong with wanting. There's nothing wrong with desiring, as long as they're not wanting and desiring in the service of fear, in the service of ego. Then there is something wrong with it, but not because it's wanting or desiring, because it's in the service of fear, ego, and belief. So it depends on the source of the intent as to whether it's a good thing to do or not. So the idea that you can't want, well, that's...
Right, I was like...
Yeah, that's not right.
What? Right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, pass the mic. Right here. Yeah.
Yeah, so I did the same thing. I mean, I just, for some reason, I thought we had to just diagnose everybody like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And and that's what I did. So I looked at a name, and it was interesting to see what happened, because like on the first person to diagnose, I mean, I didn't specify it, but I specified the region of the body. And so I just looked at it, and it just came, okay, it's that point. And then on another person, looking at another name, I just felt like, oh, there is something heavy. Rather than seeing it, it's like, you know, making a mark on that region, I just felt the region. So it was like completely different, the experience of locating the or diagnosing the area. So one, it was like, okay, it's right here, and the other one, it was like, oh, it feels hard in the chest. I mean, it feels the chest feels heavy or something.
Well, those are two different output formats, and I talked about both of them, so I think your intent was just kind of sampling those. It was, again, most people's intents are a little loose and move around some. You might have thought about that. Oh, I remember he said something about you could feel it, and you felt that one. So the focus and the clarity and the sharpness of the focus are real important in order to get results, let's say, that are reproducible. It's one of the things I learned, one of the first things I learned at Monroe's when I was first working there, is that you had to have very clear, very sharp intents. Your focus had to be real clear. Otherwise, every time you did something, you'd have a different answer. It kept coming back different, and it was like, well, what's the difference? And I realized I was the difference. I was too unstable in the way I was seeing things and viewing things. It would jump around, and that was what the difference was. It wasn't that the answer kept changing. It was the way I was approaching the data kept changing, and then I'd get different kinds of data back. So, yeah, it takes practice. That's the practice part. But it doesn't matter which mode you use, whether you use I feel it or I see it. Both will work equally well. And you saw how quick it was. You saw how quick it was that if you thought you were just supposed to do them, 3 seconds apiece was plenty of time, or less. Maybe 1 second apiece was plenty of time. You don't need that. Exactly. But the thing is, if you don't focus, then you're not quite sure, just in life doing things, you're not quite sure what you get or why you get it. Everything's kind of random and you can't put it together very well, and it's hard to know what you're doing and what you're not doing. The fact that you need focus and clarity is so you get a connection between what you intend and what happens. But your intent is doing things all the time. Even if your intent is flying around loose, it's affecting things. It's just not as potent. It's just not, it doesn't move probability as much. But in this diagnosis, we're not trying to move probability. We're just getting data. Well, if your mind is and your intent's kind of flopping around like most people's do most of the time, you're going to grab bits and pieces of data from all sorts of things, and it won't really make a lot of sense to you. And you'll end up saying, it's nothing. It's just my mind jumping around. It's noise in the system. It's not until you learn how to focus that intent and keep it clear and steady that you can relate this information with that intent. Really smacking this thing around, aren't I? Okay. So that's kind of the point of the exercise, is to get all that under control. So you do that all the time. You're getting this information all the time, but if you can't relate an intent with an event, with an answer, you don't know that you're doing it. And you get this mishmash of data that's related to all kinds of different things, and typically your conclusion is that your intuition isn't something you're going to rely on because it's all over the board. So it's hard to really use it because it's too untamed. That's kind of what we do with the practice, is we tame it. We get it to where our intent is clear, we know something that happened is clear, and then we can make an association. So that's kind of the discipline of it, is to do that. The actual doing it, you do it all the time without focus, without even knowing that you're doing it. So talking about moving probability, if this is something that's contentious, and it's contentious among 100 people, well, there's lots of people pulling it this way and lots of people pulling it that way, all at the same time, all the time, you see? And how it ends up is the sum, the vector sum of all of that is how it ends up. If it has equal amount of effort pulling it, say, to a higher probability as there is to the lower, it just stays the same. So you kind of equal each other out that way. But if you have people now that are focused, you see, instead of just flying around, they can have a much more powerful effect because they can put that focus on it and hold it there for a while, which is a lot more than just getting little bumps now and then randomly. That's how you can have an effect in things, even if there's a lot of people involved. So it's that discipline and the focus and the intent is important to doing what it is you want to do and knowing what it is that you're doing. That's why I say that the actual doing of it's trivial. Actually getting the information is trivial. That's not the hard part. The hard part is doing it in an organized, intentional way so that then you can use it in an organized, intentional way. That's the key. But just anybody has any intent about anything, anytime, even if it's just fleeting through their head for seconds, it works this way. It's just mostly with all of us pulling all the different directions all the time, all this kind of cancels out, right? It doesn't end up doing anything unless we all get together and have the similar intent at the same time. Okay. Any things that people feel like they really want to share about that?
I do have a quick question. If you're not supposed to heal somebody, you don't really have to worry about that because the system will just reset it for you, right? Like
Well,
you're not,
if
you can't really interfere, right?
If it's a situation where it's somebody that shouldn't be healed, that their illness is on part of their learning path, the way you will know that is that you'll get pushback. You'll try to heal them, and it just won't work. It just won't work. You know, you'll turn that black stuff white, and then seconds later you'll look black and it's black again. Or every time you come back to it, it looks like you hadn't been there in the first place. You know, it just tends to reassert itself. That's your first hint that you need to just leave it alone, and it isn't meant to be healed. That is part of their own thing to experience that. When you're a beginner, you're probably not that powerful to really run over other people's free will very easily. So as a beginner, you can be more free about just experimenting. As you get more effective, you have to take on more responsibility. Now you ought to really ask people if they want your intervention, okay? And that does, if they say yes, they want it, doesn't mean that you really should heal them. You still might get pushback even if they're asking you to do that. Now you can overcome that pushback. If you're strong enough, you can overcome that and you can force that healing whether they need it or not. But they will tend to reassert that same issue in a different way. They will, you know, it won't prevent what it is there to learn. It'll just make it take longer to get there, or they'll get there in a different way. So you're not really going to damage somebody by healing them. One, in the beginning, just you need practice, practice, practice. Work on it, see what you get. Keep an idea of how many times you do it and how many times it seems to work. Do it lots of times, 100 times, before you get an idea that I'm really having an effect. I wouldn't worry too much about the ethics of it, as long as you're just trying to help. But when you do get pushback, then just leave it alone, okay? You get pushback, leave it alone. You're not really going to hurt somebody by doing that. If they really need it, they'll find it some other way. Now, like I say, you get more powerful to where you have a very strong effect, you need to now take more caution. Understand, talk with them, kind of get the background on the illness, why they have it, because once you're more powerful, you got all that information too. Why they have it, is it part of their plan? What is this plan? What's the prognosis? You can go through a lot of things like that. You can even understand what it is they're trying to learn, and then it's easier to make decisions whether or not you should intervene or not. So the more power you have, also the more capability you have to use the power wisely. The less power you have, the less likely you are to hurt anybody inadvertently. So it's always good to think whether or not this person would want you to do that. There's some people who are very opposed to that sort of thing. Some people, particularly come to mind, would be people who are very religious, and they think that doing something with your mind, like healing, is the work of the devil and some kind of terrible thing, and you wouldn't want to be doing that to them without their permission. Now, most of the people you work with, you'll know, and you'll know if that's kind of the way they are. And if you do, then leave them alone. Respect that. If you don't know them, then you may want to ask first. But typically, we just don't heal random people walking down the street. It's somebody we know that has an illness, you know, and we know whether they have those kinds of issues or not. But respect whatever people have. You know, whether you think it's right or wrong or intelligent or not, it's not the point. You have to respect their free will in all of these things, particularly in the making contact. Making contact to manipulate somebody is a really bad idea. It will probably backfire on you, and it won't help you evolve at all. It may help you de-evolve some. Comment here.
We didn't really talk about healing. When I was thinking about this, I first thought about what I thought the diagnosis was, and then I asked for them to be healed, but we haven't talked about healing.
Well, in the instruction, you were to diagnose and heal, and the healing was taking the black spots and turning them white. That was the healing. That's the healing intent.
I have two questions. One, do you think we healed anyone today? And two, I've had people in mind over the past couple of years who have been ill, and I don't know that I ever did any good, though I wanted to. Is that because I did it the wrong way, or I should be more persistent? I just don't know.
Okay. Yes, indeed, we did send some positive healing energy to people here today. Whether that was enough to affect them tremendously, that's hard to tell. Depends on what those probabilities were. Depends on the amount of uncertainty that was around it. That if we all are on a mailing list that somebody has all the email of people here, that's something we could determine. People who know these people that we worked on could ask, and when they find out, they could email the rest of us and see if there was any unusual change in their condition. That would be a good thing to do. That would be helpful. That's actually the last part of the process that it's hard for us to do here in this kind of setting. But when you're really practicing this, you obviously have to follow up with how much did it work, if any. Now, why you haven't been effective before could be a lot of reasons. Could be that it was primarily intellectual. You were wishing them well. Well, wishing them well still will move a little energy, but it doesn't affect so much. It's not a strong thing. It has to be an intent at the being level, and it has to be a lot of focus on it. That's more powerful. And you have to do it often. You can't just do it once. You have to keep after it and keep after it. So it could be that you weren't being as effective as you could have because of that. But if you practice this, I think you will find that you will be effective. People with illnesses. And again, it depends on what they have. Some things may be very hard to change. Maybe it's because they need it. Maybe it's because it's so well known of what they have and the illness and where it's going that the probability of changing it is very small.
That was the case.
Yeah, those kinds of things. You can work on those, and sometimes you just can't do much about it. That's like the cancer that's been diagnosed by 4 different doctors and it's going to be lethal. Well, that's a hard one just to make disappear.
Yeah.
Because there's very little uncertainty now to work with. So that could be part of the problem.
Yeah, I often thought about eyesight, and then eventually you all have to wear glasses, and why can't we just heal the eyes? And I thought, well, it's probably because we're going against genetics.
Right. In that case, you're going against the rule set.
Yeah, right.
That says by a certain age, your eyeball is going to become less flexible. You see, the muscles pull on the eye, on the lens. Your lens is going to get less flexible. The muscles on the side, they'll pull that lens, which flattens it out. Now you got a lens for seeing distance. Or they'll take that lens and they'll push it together, lump it up. Now you got a thicker lens that's good for close up. That lens gets less and less plastic. Harder to pucker it up, harder to stretch it out. So what happens is it can no longer pucker it up. You need reading glasses. That occurs about 45 to 50 years old. Once you hit that age, you start reading, and then you start focusing out here and focusing out here. And pretty soon, your arms are just too short. And you can't read the small print anymore. It keeps working its way out. And it happens to almost everybody at around 45 years old is when it goes from here to here. And by the time you're 50, it's gone out to here and you're wearing reading glasses. It's just because of the way the eyeball's made. In time, it gets less flexible. So that's a rule set. Now, you can overcome that with intent to some degree. But you have to work within the rule set and within that uncertainty. You see, so everybody doesn't have to get that, but most people do. And you can modify things like that with your intent.
Right, that's what I was wondering also, is that, okay, let's say you have to wear glasses and you can stop it from getting any worse. And then before it happens, you can maybe arrest it altogether.
Mm-hmm. You can. Or you can even make it better. You can change it from being really, really not so good and make it better. You can make it go backwards. Yeah, I've done that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's called presbyopia. is the name of it when your eyeball gets less flexible. And I got that at about 45, and my arms got too short, and I got reading glasses, and so on. But a few years ago, it was a nuisance to carry around glasses all the time. And it's funny, I put on these glasses. These are computer glasses. I use these so I can read. But when I look out here, everybody's fuzzy because they only focus at about a yard. See, so everybody's a real fuzzy thing. That's why I looked out there and I said, John, when it was Joan, because I had my glasses on and they focus about the end of my hand here, not out there. So anyway, it's a nuisance with the glasses. So I started working on that a little, and now I can read small print without much trouble. I squint a little bit.
You're going against genetics, though.
Yeah. So I already had it, and then it backs up. It's not the same as I was before. I gotta squint my eyes, but
you really have to do some heavy nudging, though.
But I have to, you're backing up something that's already taken place. Right. It's a little worse than keeping it from taking place in the first time. But you can do that. Things can get better. And you can always help your physical system if you have good habits, the way you eat and the way you exercise. You see, the rule set.
If you don't smoke cigarettes.
And if you don't smoke cigarettes and you don't drink booze and, you have all these things, then your rule set has more flexibility. The rule set says you can have all this flexibility. All right, now you drink coffee, you smoke cigarettes, drink alcohol, don't get enough sleep, eat poorly, eat a lot of junk food. Now suddenly all that flexibility that the rule set gave your biology is smaller now. You can still get around, but you can't do all the things you used to be able to do. You got fewer choices because the rule set now is not going to support as much as it would otherwise.
I was just going to say about the glasses thing, I think it's funny that you brought that up because I think about my eyes a lot. I'm like, I wish I didn't have to wear contacts. How can I reverse this? Let me use my mental powers. And I thought about when it started, and it was back in grade school sometime when I just thought glasses were cool and I really wanted them. And then, sure enough, next time I went for my eye exam, I had to have them.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm like, why did I do that to myself back then? Because now it's going to be a lot harder. I can probably improve it a little bit, but I won't be able to go all the way back, And I just thought it was one of those funny things that we do to ourselves. And especially when it comes to diagnosing issues and talking about people not wanting to be healed. In my experience, I've found that many people create an illness because of some emotional issue, and sometimes it's a crutch or it's a thing that they're very attached to because it's their identity, and that illness gives them a certain kind of attention from other people or something along those lines. And those are the situations where it gets really sticky and difficult to affect change, but where it's really easy is with yourself, I think, because you can feel it right away. If you're dealing with something inside of yourself, you can get that evidence right away. I feel a little bit better, or this looks a little bit better, or this condition is clearing up. And I just wanted to make that comment that's where I've found the most exciting results is when I'm working on myself.
Yeah, you can work on yourself. You can work on your loved ones. It's a little more difficult because in order to be detached, not get your ego involved in it, it's harder when you're working on yourself and working on loved ones. That's why doctors don't work on their own loved ones. If they're going to do a heart surgery on a child of theirs, they stand aside and some other doctor does it because they don't have the ability to make good choices anymore because they've got investment in the outcome. So that's a little harder. But if you can set all that aside and just do it without that ego investment, then you can work on anybody. It works the same way. Intent moves probability. It's not just for others, but it's a good point you make about be careful what you intend because they often are unintended consequences. So you have to be a little careful about that intent, which is another good reason to kind of rein it in and know what it is that you're intending.
So just to take that a little bit further, Tom, you mentioned about pushback.
Mm-hmm.
When you're talking about healing and potentially if you've been trying to do it for a while and it's either just keeps reverting, then that's potentially a time to leave it alone. The reason I ask about this is knowing when to stop. being completely honest about myself, I suffered an injury probably a couple of years back. Not actually, it's not that long ago, just over a year back, but it's kind of turned my life upside down. And I've been invested in your model and the consciousness as such, and I've tried to improve my situation with that. One way of doing it was an operation. Prior to the operation, I used my intent to try and heal myself. In fact, I didn't even want to go for things like MRIs, based on the assumption that once the data was collected, it would make it harder for me to affect the outcome. What I would say is that dramatically reduced the amount of medication to deal with pain. But what I can't seem to do is fix it. And I've been pushing at that for quite a while now, and it's quite upsetting. And I'm just trying to get to that point whether I just need to let it be. And I suppose the question is how do you know when you stop pushing against that and accept that? Not just for yourself, but for other people.
Well, I expect when you realize that you're not being effective. If you're working and working on something and you're not being effective, that's time to let it go. So that would be the best answer. If it doesn't work, then it's something for you. You're going to deal with it. So it's yours to deal with. You might ask other people to work on it. It might be a little different. That might work where you don't, where you can't, but mostly you quit when it doesn't work. I mean, there's no point pushing on a string, right? If it doesn't work, let it go, work with it some other way. Now, that's another thing, I guess, to bring up, working on yourself. You don't want to get in a mode of where you are doing too much of rearranging your environment to make it the way you like it. Okay, that is a trap that you can get stuck in. If you can say, okay, I can use my mind to, put ideas in somebody's heads. I'll get my boss, give him an idea that I ought to get a raise. I'm going to tell my children that they need to do this and do that. I'm going to use this to manipulate people. I'm going to remote view into that future probability database so that I don't make mistakes, that I know what probabilities of things happening and not happening. And pretty soon you find yourself manipulating your whole life. You're avoiding the natural consequences of things. Now you're getting in your own way as far as your own evolution. That's not a good idea. So we learn these skills partly because of some people just need to experience it, but we learn these skills to develop ourselves, develop our focus, develop our intent. But you'll find that the people who have the most skill, have the most ability to affect things with their mind, use it the least. Because they've learned that if they use it a lot, they're just ruining their own game. They're making everything work out the way they want it to work out. Now, the idea of stuff happens and we get to deal with it and we evolve or de-evolve by those choices, we've lost that. We're making the choices ahead of time. We're manufacturing all our own choices. So we've just ruined the learning that we're going to get here. So people who really have the skill tend to not use it. They just deal with what comes, learn their lesson, and go on. Manipulating it to be the way you want is really ego. I want it this way. I know how to do that. I can fix it. All those sentences start with I. It's all about you. Every time something happens in a certain way, it just doesn't affect you. Anything you do affects lots of people. I'm going to have to apologize to this thing before I leave. It affects lots of people. See, anything you do, if you make this choice instead of that choice, you don't live on an island. You don't live by yourself in a hole. It affects other people. So you start ordering your own life, you really are affecting other people with that thing. Oh, this is good for me, but is it good for everybody? Probably not. So you see, it's not a good place to go. So don't get into these ideas with the idea, I'm going to make my life perfect. I can make all these choices. I'll have this information. I'll be in the know. You know, you'll be a wizard. You can do wizard stuff. That's not a profitable way to take this. Learn what you can learn from doing it. Learn the control. Learn the intent, the focus, the clarity. That's good. But actually doing it, just enough to prove to yourself that it's real, and then generally you'll let it go. It's not worth doing, getting in your own game. So sometimes that's a lesson that the system will give you. If you're changing too much, sometimes it'll just stop working. So you have to deal with it. I don't know that that's your case, but I just wanted to get that point out because it's important. I'm teaching people skills that can easily be misused. And the point is, don't do that, even if you think it's benign. You can't do things that don't affect other people. Best thing to do is just let life happen. Stuff comes in one end, that's life. You have to deal with it. Your quality goes up or down based on how you deal with it. Trying to manipulate what comes in, trying to manipulate the future so that it is the way you like it, is not on your path to growing up. That's on your path to control. It's on your path to more ego, more control. Good. Pass the mic. Yes, excuse me while I have a coughing fit. Mm-hmm. All right, let's see if we can get over that.
It would be the case that if you are doing something for someone else, the likelihood of your intent having an effect would go up?
Yes.
Actually,
well, I say yes. If you are, depends on well, yes and no. It kind of depends on how you approach it. If you're doing something for somebody else because it helps them grow up, it helps them become, it gives them more choices. You know, if you're really sick and can't get along with life very well, it's hard to become love. So giving somebody some healing might give them more choices to where they can grow up more. Yes, if you're doing that for someone else, that's good. But if you're doing it for yourself because it helps you find more choices so that you can grow up, then it's also good. It's not just that if it's self, it's evil, and if it's for somebody else, it's good. It can be for yourself.
Actually, I have a practical, real experience to illustrate this point. Yesterday when I left here, I was walking out of the building, and there was a young man on the sidewalk, and he was, panhandling, kind of was asking for money. I only had two $20 bills on me, and I told him, no, I guess I just don't want to go to the hassle of, that whole thing. I didn't want to give him $20. But immediately after saying that to him and crossing the street, I started feeling bad about that. And I went down to Panera's, which is right across the park right here, and, I got something to eat. And while I'm sitting there, again, my guilt is, I was raised Catholic, so I'm good at this. So the guilt just proportionally, exponentially kind of greater as I ate. Mm-hmm. And I finally realized, I was going to go back to that guy. And I was going to buy him something to eat. I was going to give him money, but because I think he said that, So I made up my mind. I'm walking out of Panera's, and I open the door, and there's a woman standing right there. And she says to me, just as I walk out the door, "Could you buy me a bowl of soup?" See now.
And you said no. I gotta buy this other guy a bowl of soup. I'm already committed.
That did run through my mind. No, it didn't. It sort of hit me really hard, actually, in a sense, because I really realized how the system works. That's just a little demonstration, I think. Yeah. And I've had experiences like that in the past. It always amazes me, when something like that happens, because I don't think, what are the odds? Mm-hmm. So I took her inside and I bought her a bowl of soup.
Yeah.
I felt a lot better about myself, and so I guess in that sense, that's why I was asking that question, because I think that anytime my intention is to help somebody, I just have a feeling that it's more likely to work out.
Yeah. Well, you'd already, worked the first one with your intellect. Your intellect is where that guilt, and ego is where that guilt's residing. That's up in, that's not down at the being level. You were feeling that guilt, and that's all ego stuff. So then the system gave you a chance to just react out of the being level. And that was the lady. So, okay, you're going to go back and you're going to give some money to this guy. But is that a good act because you know it's a good thing that you ought to do and you should have done it in the first place and it's coming out of guilt? That's coming out of your ego and your fear of doing the wrong thing, not being a good person, and so on. So that's one thing, but just, of course, you're just an immediate reaction, not that you thought about it. It was an immediate reaction, and that was then out of the being level. It wasn't one that you had thought you needed to do. So
Definitely a feeling.
yeah.
I heard her say it.
Yeah, so that was the system saying, well, okay, you feel guilty, now let's see if you can really do it. See, that's why I made the joke. You said no and go down and give her the other one. You see, that's all out of your intellect. You see, that was the joke. You didn't learn the lesson, but no, you didn't do that. You did work out of the being level on the second one.
So quickly about that, I saw a woman yesterday that also needed money. And so I gave it to her, but then asked myself, am I enabling her? And so that leads to the question, sometimes you want to help people, but you can't give them what you think you should give them. Isn't it about what they want or what they need? And so how do we find that right, that right thing?
Well, you have to understand that helping people, you have to take all that into consideration. If you're enabling somebody to go out and buy some more dope, then giving them the money is not helping them. So then you're not helping people. You're actually hurting somebody. So in that case, you make the decision not to hurt them. So helping doesn't just make them feel good. To help somebody doesn't mean you make them feel better. Give them what they want, not necessarily. Helping, you have to understand at a bigger picture. So sometimes you help people with tough love rather than with try to get them whatever it is they want. So then you have to be tough. And you have to maybe refuse to give them what they want because that's really the low entropy solution. So yeah, don't think of making somebody feel better and giving them what they want as necessarily helping them. It could also hurt them. It's a good point. So you can have that bigger picture. And the more you grow and the more you succeed, the easier it is to make that distinction. Initially, it's hard to make that distinction. But you will eventually as you grow because you kind of get the data of why they're here and what they're doing and what their life is, and you can kind of see life through their eyes and how they feel. And when you get all that data, it's easy to make a determination whether this gift is going to be helpful or hurtful.
So for now, just kind of go with your gut feeling.
Just go with your intuition.
Thank you.
Now, the LCS, we could ask the LCS to bring us people to help.
Yeah.
Yeah. And sure, we should specify the number because it'll bring a lot of people.
Yeah, unintended consequences. Yes. You can do that. All right, let's go to remote viewing. This is our last thing. This won't take long. Remote viewing is easy. It's quick. You either get it or you don't right away. All right. Okay, we're going to remote view, and because remote viewing is just gathering data out of a database, we're going to do some remote viewing in the future. We're going to see things that haven't happened yet. Okay, so the first thing we're going to remote view is in a minute. I'm going to walk over to that whiteboard, erase those names, and I'm going to draw up something on the board. And you're going to write down before I go over there what it is I'm going to draw. You're going to remote view it. Now there's several ways to do that. One is you can see me drawing it. You can wait till after it's drawn and see me saying, well, here it is. Or you can just want to see what it is I'm going to draw and get it that way. First impression is usually the best impression. It's going to come very fast. So don't wait for something because it hasn't come yet. It probably already has come and it's gone. You have to ask the question again. So that's the remote viewing. What am I going to walk over there and draw on that board? Ask the question, get it, write it down, or remember it, and then in a minute I'm going to go do it. So you can work on the remote viewing part of it. Okay, if you haven't gotten it by now, you probably aren't going to get it, so let me go over here and draw something on the board. That's it. Now, the best remote viewing targets, I'll probably go over to the mic. The best remote viewing targets are simple architectural things, elements, not something complicated. Okay. So if you got pine trees, if you got arrows, or even just up, then that would have been right. Or if you just got vertical lines, that would have been fine. So if you got any of the architectural elements there, that would be good. Or you might have gotten little wow, got you the time. You may yeah. Yeah, right. Bad speaker, yeah. Yeah, I'll be hit by a microphone, right? Or I'll be a microphone, yeah. So, anyway, how many got some elements, some of the elements of that?
I got the sky.
You got this. You got the sky and clouds? Yeah, you might see that as houses, like in a city with all the roofs or something. You might see that.
I get a rectangular upwards. Rectangular.
Mm-hmm. Upwards.
Tall rather than flat.
Well, you might see these lines as rectangular. People tend to get. Remember, you get the data, then you interpret it. How you interpret it is yours. So if you get this data, you might interpret it in a lot of different ways. That's why we don't expect you to get a high-res photograph. We just expect you to get some of the elements in it because your interpretation can be mixed. See, how would you interpret that? If you got information that looked like that, what you do in your mind is try to turn it into something. You try to make it an object you're familiar with. So I draw something that really is hard to turn into an object to make it a little harder for you to do that so you will just see what's there. But you may have seen houses, rooftops, and like a city skyline, rooftops or something. There's one. Oh, she's got it.
So what's happening exactly? Are we drawing from the future probable database of what you're most likely to draw?
That's what you're doing. You're drawing from the future probable database of what I'm most likely to draw. See, I had an intention to draw that.
Okay.
I had I've got it written down here even, what I'm going to draw on this first one. So I didn't just make it up.
Okay.
It's something that is a very high probability of what I'm going to draw.
Right. Okay.
So you're just supposed to go in there and find that. Okay.
With my intent. Okay.
With your intent. All right. So now let's do another one. That was so much fun. We'll do some more of these. Okay. I'm going to draw something else. So what is it that I'm going to draw the next time? Sometimes people imagine that they see it like on a computer screen. Sometimes it just comes up. And all they have to do is look at the screen, it's blank, and then they hit a button to turn on the screen, and there it is. You know, these are tools that you can use to help your focus. So you can make up some tools if you like that. Okay, if you're going to get it, you've probably gotten it by now. Here's what I'm going to draw this time. Okay, 3 concentric circles with this center one colored in. Did you? Got 3 circles.
She got it right on, but
3 concentric circles, yeah. That's it. That's an exact. You got it last time. What about you, Mercedes? Did you get it out of order? Mushroom.
looking down on a mushroom.
All right, some conversation. Let's pass that mic around. Whoever has the mics, pass them over this way, please. Okay.
Tom, I saw this, and I knew you were going to draw something like that.
Well, there you got concentric circles.
Yeah.
No big shakes. The first one was a line through a circle.
Line through
that
a
was my
circle?
first one. My second one
your
had
first one
no
was a line
relationship
through a
to that at
circle?
all. Yeah. I aligned through a circle.
So that was kind of a combination of both?
Pardon?
That was maybe a combination of both.
Well, I mean, it seems that way. It's a circle and a line. I mean, but, you know.
Okay. Over here, Mike, pass to the end. The other lady in the red jacket.
I got large circle and a small circle.
Well, so you get pieces of it. Yeah. That's kind of typical. The more you work at it, the better you get a representation of what's there. In the beginning, you just tend to get pieces of it. That's just natural. So if you're doing this, if you're not a remote viewer, you know, if that's not what you do in life, then you'll probably just get pieces of it. If you work at it, you'll get better and better and better out of getting the whole thing. Remote viewers work almost like artists. They'll just get a little piece to begin with. They'll start and they'll make a little line here. You know how people draw things, artists? Well, they'll draw a little line here and they'll draw a little line here and they'll do this and then they'll connect those two and eventually, about 3/4 of the way through, you start to see what it's going to be. But at first, it just looks like this hodgepodge of lines. That's the way artists work. That's the way remote viewers work. They just get pieces of it at a time. They'll just make a line here, and then they'll make a line down here, and then they'll put a circle over here, and it's like, what is that? And they don't know either. This is just what they're getting. And then they do other things, and then when they're done, you know, it's a wagon, you know, it's a covered wagon with, you know, spoke wheels, and they got all this stuff, but they just drew it in pieces. They don't see the wagon. They see pieces, and they draw the pieces.
You know, what's interesting about that is that the first one I did, which is a circle and a line through it, was definitely more like that than the first one, but they both were in the future, in a sense, when we started this.
Mm-hmm.
So is that one of the possibilities that you make an error in terms of what you actually draw up?
That's an intent. You have an intent to see what Tom's going to do in the future. Well, Tom's going to do several things in the future, and you get a combination, or you get a random from one or the other.
Because when I to that course at Monroe with you in August of 2015, and one of the things I experienced when we were doing this kind of thing there is that I felt like when I closed my eyes, because we were in the booths, we were doing it there, and it seemed like I was getting noise. It's just stuff coming in my head. But I got a couple hits, and they were actually pretty good. But it was because there was something about them. And the one was I had asked what my daughter was going to wear that day to work. And long story short, what I got after a few minutes, and I got different things coming in, but they just didn't seem to fit what I was asking. And I got a guy wearing a turquoise T-shirt, and that came like less than a second and gone.
Right.
But then and I was laying there, and I was kind of like, and all of a sudden it hit me. That's weird. Turquoise T-shirt. Well, as it happened, she wore a turquoise blouse that day. But I mean, do you see what I'm saying? It's kind of like I had to wait a little bit, I think, to get what she actually had. And at the same time, the reason I think it registered with me is because it was so unusual. Do you know what I mean? So would they be guidelines in a sense? I mean, I know you said about the first thing. I went with the first thing doing this today. You know, what are the advantages and disadvantages of maybe waiting it out a little bit, just letting it?
Well, what you're doing is you're doing the experiment over and over again. You're asking, you know, what's going to be there. You get something. You say, oh, that's nice. Okay, well, you know, what's going to be there? You're asking it again. You may get different things. So you're really kind of running the experiment multiple times as you're searching for something, and you're judging it, saying, well, that doesn't look right. But then this thing was just there, and it was so stark, came out of nowhere, that you figured, oh, that's probably the one that is.
Yeah.
And it was.
Yeah.
So that will happen too. Yeah. So you can process it multiple times.
Could it vary from person to person, the method that they use, in the sense that
absolutely. Absolutely. You will develop your own style in doing this.
Right.
You won't do it like anybody else. You'll develop that's why you got to practice and practice, because that's how you develop your own style.
Right.
Okay, I got another one I'm going to do for you. But this one will be in the present, not in the future. I'm going to slip behind the screen. I'm going to draw something on that board, and then we'll let the screen go up so you can see what it is. So now you can look at it in the future, because you can go into the future database and get it. Then you can see it as I draw it, and then you'll finally see it when I raise the screen here. So what is it? See if you can tell what this is. It's going to be back here. All right. All right, I'm done. Yeah, it's very complicated. I mean, I try to do things that, like I say, are basic and simple shapes and whatever. That's just a whole lot easier than if you draw the Mona Lisa. You know, it's difficult to pick out stuff there. There's so many elements in it that it's hard to, you get confused with what you're supposed to pick out, unless, of course, you're good. If you work with this for a while, then you can do those things. But initially, just basic things with elements are easier. All right, well, do you want to take just a little bit of time to see what's on that board? Good.
We already know.
All right, you ready? Want to look at it? This is something your 3-year-old might draw, in preschool. It's very simple, but you can just say that it's a animal of some sort with 4 legs, a head, a body, and a tail. So whether it's a dog or a horse or a cow or whatever is not too relevant, but it's some kind of a thing. Yes.
I
Sort
got
of.
this about 10
Drowning,
minutes
maybe.
ago.
A kite? Well, you know, this kind of looks like a kite, doesn't it? And so does that and the tail, yeah. A kite would work. That's pretty good. Yeah.
I got it 10 minutes ago. And it was funny because I saw it on that board. I didn't see it on this board. Yeah. Yeah. This guy. Yeah.
Like the 2 ways and the
This was all off.
So a lot of people will get just this square because that's what I started with. The first thing I drew was the big rectangle in the middle. And people who are looking for the first thing that comes into their mind, the first thing they get would be that rectangle. But it's not as simple this time because I'm in a process of drawing a lot of things. But the rectangle comes up first, then that's what you'd see first, you see? And then it gets more complicated as I go. So it's a little different looking in the future when it's hasn't been done yet, but you're seeing a whole thing. Here, you're actually seeing a process taking place. So how many people got elements of this? See, a lot of people did. And how many got at least some elements of the 3 things that I did? Yeah, got parts of it. So, see, most people do. So it's not that hard to do this. We're not meditating. We're not, we're not doing anything. We're just cold stone stove, just looking at it and getting it, right? Without process, quickly. We're not relaxing. We're not doing any of the things that people normally do when they do this sort of thing. And you see, it works just the same. You don't need all that process. It's a little easier if you use the process, but you don't need it. And eventually, you can do it as well without it. Okay, we need a mic here in the front. Oh, he's got one. Good.
So, did you know what you were going to draw before you were going to draw, or did you already make the decision prior?
No, I had made the decision a long time ago. I had just written down on my notes for all of these as to what it was I was going to draw. Did I write cow? No. I think I probably thought of it as a horse, but a horse and a cow, as far as the visual elements go, are all about the same thing. So, cow would be a good. Yeah, the tail's kind of horsey, isn't it? Anyway, so that's fun. You see, it's easy to do. Now, you can generate a lot of evidence this way. As you get better, you can get more complex things, pictures, photographs, paintings, other things, you can look at. These are simple things. I'd say 3/4 of the people here have gotten some of what we've done today. Maybe even, well, let's leave it at 3/4, A lot of people have gotten pieces of all of this. And you have to think, well, what's the probability that they just saw something round and I happened to draw something round, but they didn't really get anything. It just was luck. Well, it's a possibility. That's why you have to keep doing it. If you do it 10 times and 8 times you get elements of it, then it's probably not luck. But you have to work on these things. They're fun to do and they are evidential. The more you do it, the better you get at it. The more complex the things can be, and you still see what they are. But you're interpreting it, and you learn to just get little pieces of it and write these pieces down. Let them come together and make something. I had a scientist that was in one of my courses, and we were doing this. This was in California, and he had a shape that maybe I can't even draw it. He had a shape that started out like this. And then he thought, what's that? and he didn't know. And then he had some kind of a thing like this, and he thought it was some kind of an explosion. He looked at outer space, some kind of a thing, you know, a gas cloud coming out of some sort of nebula that was exploding. He had this all figured out as something that happens in deep space that would have this kind of shape, because this is what he's seen in photographs and pictures. Do you know what it was? A baby's pacifier. But he drew it almost perfectly. I mean, he just had it all down there. And then when he saw it was a baby's pacifier, you know, it just floored him. Because he was, you know, what the probability that you draw that, you know, when it's a pacifier, not likely that was just happenstance, you know. So that's, you never know what it is. And if you guess at it, you'll probably be wrong. Just draw it as it comes and then figure out what it is, you know, later. Yes.
So after reading your book, I got interested in the remote viewing. So I did some research, and I found like these systems that have been developed by the military, I guess, where they have like a series of words, categories. The first instruction was to kind of like scribble out this first impression that it's totally without thought. And then you would go through like a category, for example, color, and you would place all your color impressions there. And then it would be shape, and then it would be dimensionality or something like that, you know. Would you say that those tools are useful for developing this or limiting?
Well, yes, they're helpful, and like all tools. Actually, all tools are limiting. You're limited, you know, to what the tool does. Tools are metaphors that help you, or processes that help you do something. And they will help and they will limit. They limit you in the sense that now you can only do things that fall within those structures and those orders. If you get something that doesn't really fit that, well, now you can't do that. Okay, so, but it can help you do something that's complex, that you just can't see the whole complex thing. That's too hard. Why is it too hard? You probably believe it's too hard. If you see the whole thing, you start guessing. What is it? You start playing the what is it game. If you do it in pieces, that helps you not guess. You see, so it's a tool that can be of advantage, but any tool will also be a limitation. It's both. You have to understand the problem is often people get their tools become sacred to them. This is the way. Anybody that does it any differently is wrong. That sort of thing. And if your tools become sacred, then it's even more limiting. Mike.
Sorry, it was just to add, which may be useful to other people if they're not already aware of it. If you are good at remote viewing or you want to get the data that you're asking for, Tom, there's a website called Target Monkey. And effectively, you click on it, it sends you an email with a target ID. You have no idea what it is until you open it up. But it means that if you don't have lots of friends and you don't have lots of time, you can do that easily 10 times a day.
Yeah, that's good. That's a good suggestion. Yeah, go to Target Monkey and you get an endless supply of targets to practice your remote viewing with. And you can do them past and present and future. You can draw it first before you click the button, or you can do it after you click the button, or you can figure it out as you click the button. And you can do all of those. Which is interesting to do it before you click the button, because it probably has this huge collection, and it's just going to take you a random sample of that collection. So then if you do it ahead of time, before you hit the button, you're doing it before the random selection took place. So you're actually knowing what that random selection will be. That's not so hard for the system to know that, because most all those random selections are not event-based. They are computer-based. They're algorithms. Remember, it's a virtual computer. So the system knows what's coming out of it. So that's all knowable. And even the event-based that are based, say, on a radioactive element that are event-based, well, it's a virtual radioactive element. The system can finagle that one too. So, yeah, practice makes perfect on these things. All right, I'm going to do one more. And this is going to be the hardest one. And it's in the past, but it's in the, not the past like 30 seconds ago, but in a more distant past. All right. So I'll read this to you, and you can either get the answers as I go, or you can think about it a little later. But here's your problem. Here's your exercise. Richard Feynman, he was a very famous quantum physicist. Richard Feynman, now deceased, a famous quantum physicist, played a musical instrument. What was it? When did he die? And of what? At what age did he die? And on what day did he die? Now you can do a health scan to diagnose. We've already learned how to do health scans, right? In health bodies. You can do a health scan to determine what he died of. So it works just as well in the past as it does in the future. Okay. Yeah, I will. Do a health scan to diagnose the problem. Okay, Richard Feynman, now deceased, famous quantum physicist, played a musical instrument. What was it? When did he die? And of what? At what age and what day? Okay. Played a musical instrument. What was it? When did he die? What did he die of? He died at what age and on what day? What musical instrument did he play? When did he die? What did he die of? At what age did he die? And on what day? Day. What day? The when did he die would be the date. That would be the year. Of what did he die would be the diagnosis. And what age would be how old he was. And what day would be the day of the week. Okay. Yeah. 69 years old, February 17, 1988, abdominal cancer. Monday night, played the bongos. How many got any of that right? See, a lot of people did. That's good. Close. Yeah. Yes, I've asked these same questions and drawn these same pictures every spot I've been in on this cultural connection tour. So I've done all the same, and I've gotten about the same result everywhere, which is 75% of the people get a fair amount of it. They're not necessarily all the same people, but that's about how many generally get it. Well, that's a lot. That's a lot. Now this, I've had people get that he was 69 years old. 3 or 4 people have said 69. I've gotten several that said 1988, and got a lot that said abdominal cancer, and got a lot that said drums, bongo drums, so circles. So there's been a fair number of people who have gotten these. Now these are very, it's not like the stick horse or something. These are very precise. You're not going to just randomly say 1988. That if you did, it would be a guess out of, it could have bbeen anywhere in the 30 years probably. So that's good. If you got any of this data, you're doing very well. This is harder data to do. Okay. That's a remote viewing. Do we have any questions or anybody want to share with the things they got or what happened there? Anybody have anything to say? Anybody get the date? You did?
I got the date. I almost got the age.
Yeah, see. 1988. A lot of people get it just as I say it the first time. As I say it, they get it. And I say the next thing, they get it. That's the...
Check. Oh, yeah, 1988. Got it. Mm-hmm.
So that's pretty good. You got almost all of it then.
I got almost all of it. I've actually found that rote information is a lot easier for me to remote view, and people are easier for me to remote view than location.
Yeah.
Location's a little tricky, but people and data points are like easy.
That's a good point. People are different in that. Just like some people, if they hear a phone number, they've got it. They remember it. They relate to numbers. Some people don't. So it just depends on, how you're connected and the kind of things you relate to more easily as to what's an easier or harder target for you. In general, targets that are easy, if you're having objects rather than drawings, targets that are easy are targets with clear geometric shapes and that are shiny, as opposed to dull. So, yeah, and if you want to know more about remote viewing, you can go online and you'll see that there are lots of sites doing good research into remote viewing, and that the people who are good at this are very good at it. They can draw very complex pictures that they've never seen from remote viewing. So it's a fact. You can look that up and see that there's a lot of science and a lot of research been done on it over the last couple of decades. Okay, Mike, here.
Actually, I remember a story that one of those news, I think it was 2020 on ABC, did. They got a remote viewer, someone, I can't remember his name now, but he was very good. And what they did is they arranged to meet him at the airport, like in New York. They blindfolded him. They put him on a private jet. They flew him to someplace. Didn't tell him where. They kept him blindfolded. He got off the plane. They drove him to the hotel. They put him up in a room in the hotel. Everything was, there was no, he couldn't look outside. And they had him do it. And he sat at a table. And what they did is they got, someone who worked for the show to just drive around randomly for like 45 minutes, just kind of like left, right. And he wound up someplace after 45 minutes, got out of the car, took a picture. That's what he was supposed to remote view. And it was down by the docks in Houston, Texas. And the people who were watching him do this were like, they were blown away, you could tell, because he starts driving, and all of a sudden he's a boat. I think it's a boat. And he drives a boat, and the things that have alongside the piers, they were amazed. And that was a long time ago, and I was watching that. I really didn't know much about remote viewing. I was thinking, wow. Pretty incredible thing,
Yeah, remote viewing is a fact, and some people get very, very good at it.
A real quick question. So, are we? It seems we're connected to everything. So, what are we doing with our minds right now? Are we just reestablishing that we are connected to everything, or are we just training our minds to remember or to believe, or actually find proof for the things that we are able to do?
Yes.
That's it, right?
That's
it's
it.
It's already there.
It's already there. Your consciousness. You have access to all this information because your consciousness, it's in the conscious database. You have intent. It's all there. It's not that you have to learn something new. It's what you have to do is get rid of the stuff that blocks it. You need to get rid of something old. That's the key. It's not that you have to get really clever and have great technique. I kind of tried to show you here that it doesn't take technique. We're not doing any technique. I'm just saying, sit there and tell me what you see. No technique at all, you see? And look, we get a lot of people who pick up pieces of it. And if anybody can do it, everybody can do it. It's not that your special, gift found 1988, came up. Everybody has that gift. Everybody has that possibility. But we block it with our fear, with our ego, with our beliefs. That's what we need to get rid of. Once we get rid of it, it's easy. You see, you can practice it. Now you have to practice it to get good at it. Even if you get rid of your fear, let's say we have somebody who never did anything paranormal, they became love, they got rid of all their fear, but they never practiced any of this. Well, they can't just do it without practicing. There's skills to it. There's ways of knowing to pick things early or to get the process of drawing, and that stuff requires practice to develop it. So when I say it's easy, I mean it's potentially easy if that's what you want to do with your time, is to work, to work on the skill levels and build it up. But it's natural to everyone, right? And we're just seeing that it is natural, because if this was just a bunch of people and they just had to guess at what this was and it wasn't any more than just random guesses, we wouldn't get the kind of hits that we've seen here. So even if you didn't get a lot of it, you kind of have to see that, a lot of people did get pieces of it. Well, why pieces? Why didn't everybody get it all? Well, because we've got all this stuff blocking it. Did you? Pass her the mic. Okay. Yeah, start over.
Yeah. Okay. So pretty much when I drew the kite, you have the triangle, right, which is the horse's head.
Right.
And then I had a cross in between.
Mm-hmm.
So that cross represents both legs of the horse.
Uh-huh.
Then I have the tail, which is the tail of the horse.
Mm-hmm.
But when I first thought about you, it was square first. But then if really you look at the kite is also a square. And then you have on the tail, I have little ribbons that come down, crisscrosses.
Uh-huh.
So I saw those as the ears.
Uh-huh.
So I think that's pretty close to...
Right, because you have to interpret it.
Exactly.
You get the data,
Yes.
and then you interpret the data,
Yes.
and you get all the elements of the data,
Correct.
but you didn't interpret it as a horse, because that's really not a horse. That's kind of a 3-year-old's
Right.
version of a horse.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. It's not your version of a horse.
No, that was so good, though. I love that. Thank you.
Yeah.
That was
Actually, in
great.
Germany, after I drew this, I didn't have a whiteboard in Germany. I had a flip chart. So I drew this horse on a flip chart, and one of the people in the audience was an artist. He came up, asked me to sign it, and he took it. So now, and it wasn't even as good as this one. The head was too small. It was pretty poor, but anyway. So there's a signed copy of one of Tom Campbell's drawings now loose in the world in Germany. So that's exactly what you get. You get all the elements, and the fact that you didn't know what to do with them, you just put them, but you got them all. Yeah, that happens. That's the way it is. But what's the probability that you would just by luck get all of those elements just at that time? You say, not very likely. You got a mic? You still have a mic? Somebody took it? Somebody took your mic?
Where was I? Okay. This is the past because you drew it already. So with me, my experience is I draw a lot from the past with energy, or what I don't even like to say energy. Let's not even use a word for it, okay? But I draw a lot from past. So that's a strong point for me. Now, at the last exercise, which you said was probably a little bit more difficult, I love working with numbers. I'm an astrologer, so I work with numbers all the time. However, that didn't intrigue me to want to hang out with you to find out what you were thinking. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. So, yeah. So this is the thing where I want to ask you if you can please just describe free will again, because I know they did a lot of research on free will for a while, wondering whether or not it was really a internal mechanical, physical, or more philosophical, metaphysical. Am I using the right term there?
Yeah.
Beautiful. So I need to know, please, what's happening with free will? Where is that at right now? Because to me, this is, I'm choosing to like that way to connect with you past. For some reason, I don't really even care. It just happens. I don't force it. I get that. So
Okay.
can you just describe a little bit free will to me again?
Free will
Thank you.
is necessary, is logically necessary for consciousness. You can't have consciousness without free will. Consciousness makes choices. That's what it does.
Right.
Okay. When you make choices, then you have to be able to actually make a choice. This choice or that choice, that requires free will.
Right.
It also, time is logically needed because you need to have before I made the choice and after I made the choice.
Okay.
Choice means change.
Yes.
You've changed something. If you have change, you have to have time.
Right.
So free will, time, and consciousness, all logically necessary for each other. So just the fact that consciousness exists means free will exists. Otherwise, we don't have any consciousness.
Correct.
Everything's deterministic.
Well, okay, never mind that. I get
Yeah.
right.
Now,
yeah.
the next thing
With
is...
no consciousness, there's who cares?
Yeah, right. Who
Right,
cares?
who cares? It doesn't matter.
There's no point, right?
Right,
There's no
exactly.
point or purpose or
None.
anything. So
Except-
that's a
Yes.
non-player. I
Right.
mean, it's a choice to say that, well, everything's deterministic. But then once you've said that, nothing else to follow.
Correct.
There's no purpose. There's no point. It doesn't do anything. Doesn't
Right.
go anywhere. Nothing ever happens.
Yes.
So it's a complete null set.
Right.
And that's not a good answer.
Good.
Obviously.
All right.
So free will is the ability to choose among the things, among the possibilities that you know about.
So it's possibilities. So
It's possibilities.
okay.
So let's say you know about 5 choices.
Right.
You have 5 choices. Your free will says you can pick any one of those 5 choices.
Right.
And you decide to pick this one. Well, there may be 50 choices. You only know of 5 of them.
Right.
Because we're limited by our fear and by our beliefs and a lot of things. So there may be other choices that are there
Right.
that you don't know about, but that's your free will is just your ability to pick between the 5 choices.
So okay.
Just the choices you have. That defines your your free will. And there's no reason that forces you or makes you pick any one of them.
Okay, great. So that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
It's the same thing. Why did I like the idea of really coming into you to figure out this horse versus kite rather than be so really interested in the last exercise? You know,
Because the one of them appealed to you more. It was just more in line with your personality or how
Yes.
you were feeling at just that
yes.
at just that
Yes.
minute.
Yes, yes. Yes.
And that's because you connected with that one, and it may have just been a feeling that you had just at that minute. Everything came together, and it was like, all right, I'm
Yeah,
into
yeah, yeah.
this.
Yeah.
And the next one, Richard Feynman, when he was born, and then who cares,
Yes.
right?
That's
And
what
you-
happened.
Right.
I was
And
like,
you
really?
just don't relate to it, so you don't go there.
That's me.
Yeah. So that's all.
You nailed it.
It's just preference.
Yes, thank you.
That has a lot to do with it.
Yeah.
You see?
I love
So that's why it takes a lot of practice. Because if you're going to do this reliably,
Yeah.
then you have to not have preferences like that, will get in your way.
Yeah.
So you practice and practice to where it's now a tool that you can use anytime, anything, anywhere on anything. But when we're just doing it now, your preferences are just going to come out. You just really
It's
don't
true.
care about Richard Feynman and when he died or whatever. It's just not that interesting to you.
Yeah.
So you didn't.
Yeah.
See, your intent
Right.
didn't really have any oomph in it.
Right.
Wasn't coming out of your being level.
Yeah.
May have come out of your intellect because
Yeah.
you were following along with what we were doing, but the intellect is a very weak player.
Yeah.
At that being level, you connected to this.
Yeah.
So there it was.
Yeah.
That's the difference of
Yeah,
how
that's
it
good.
works.
Thank you. That's great. That's a great explanation. Thank you.
Curious, it's interesting that she just mentioned astrologers because in May of 2001, a friend of mine went to an astrologer for the first time and talked about she was going on vacation in September. And the astrologer told her not to fly in the month of September in 2001. I was just going to say, well, it was an astrologer who told her that. I mean, are psychics astrologers? Does that relate to remote viewing? It's looking into the future. isn't
Sure, it all relates. The way you divine, they call it divining, right? The way you divine the future is by going into the future probable database. And why aren't all these oracles, always correct, because the future database isn't a done deal. It's just a probable future. So sometimes you'll get it right and sometimes you'll get it wrong because things change.
So did that person see a probability of something not good happening?
Yeah, they probably saw a probability that flying just wasn't a good idea at that time. They saw something horrific, something big and negative that had to do with flying. That's probably all they got. They didn't get necessarily all the details of what happened.
There were no more details.
Yeah, they just get flying, no. Yeah. Now, the way it works is that the only active ingredient in any of this is intent. But there's lots of tools. Now, there's lots of tools for defining the future. One of them is looking at tea leaves. Yeah. They look at tea leaves, and by the way they fall out, they define the future. Another one is throwing chicken bones on the floor and seeing how those bones lie. That goes back to indigenous people probably, 2,000 years ago. Okay, another way is tarot cards. Another way is astrology. Yeah, shaman. There's lots of different tool sets, but all the tools work with the same active ingredient. The tool is a way to focus your intent on getting data from a database, and like anything else, if you practice, you get good at it the more you practice. So we have, talking about astrology, we have computers that do astrology. Okay? So you can get a computerized chart that computers can calculate where the heavenly bodies are to 15 decimal places. They can do it in a second, right? So talk about accuracy. See, they've got all the accuracy of all the facts there, and that should make them really great astrologers, right? Wrong. That doesn't make them great astrologers because it's not about that. You see, that's not what it's about. What it's about is when an astrologer is doing their thing, right? When they're going to see what's up for you in the future, they're not at the same time cooking dinner and watching TV. They focus. They get into kind of one of these states that, is detached from the rest of the thing. They have an intent, and there it comes. That's where they're getting the information. Now they look at their chart and they can explain it. Oh, it's because of this and because of that. It's their tool, like the chicken bones. Well, okay, because the chicken bones fell this way, that means this or that. It's the same sort of thing. And the tea leaves. With practice, then these things can become, we call them output formats, if you like. The system can use those things as output formats. All right, system, I want to look into the future database, and as an output, I want a distribution of tea leaves. See, that's going to be my output format. And depending on how these things come out, I'll interpret that. And after practice, you get a way to interpret it, and you and the larger conscious system develop an interface for communicating in terms of tea leaves. You see? So then it works. Why? Because these tea leaves are random about how they can lay themselves down. It's real easy for that to then conform to your tool. There's a lot of uncertainty in it. So you always use things that are uncertain. It's uncertain where the chicken bones are going to lie. You see, now it's not uncertain when your birthday is, which is where all the stars are, but there's so much complexity in that system that you can make it mean pretty much what you want, and you can find a way to justify what you got by using it. So there's just one active ingredient in doing these things, and that's intent. The rest of them are tools.
Okay, I just want to make a comment that there's only 45 minutes left. We do have to stop at 5. So anybody that needs a restroom break, just come and go quietly, please. Turn off the cameras. I'd like to open it up for any question anybody wants to ask. And I'd like to offer first, if there's anybody that has not asked a question, that has a question.
Well, that's okay. The one has spoken. We will obey. So, we got the last 45 minutes. I mean, we've just been doing really Q&A for the last hour. That's mainly what we've been doing. But now we'll just throw it open. It doesn't have to be Q&A about remote viewing or healing or any of those things. We can just do Q&A that's open. And anybody who hasn't asked a question that has one, raise your hand and get the mic first.
Hey, Tom. Yesterday during Happy Hour, we had a very spirited conversation about morality. I don't think we resolved it. In particular, I wanted to know about what is the creator's responsibility when something unintended has happened. For instance, pornography when consumed by children, or gun makers, when guns are used to kill children. I recall you said that it doesn't matter what you do, but the intent behind it. So from MBT principles, what exactly is going on? How does MBT see morality and the creator's responsibility? Also, perhaps you can speak to when is control a desirable thing as opposed to being intrusive?
Okay. The first thing is we define morality, we define good and bad, or good and evil, if you like. We define that based on entropy. If the entropy of the system is raised because of whatever, then that's a bad thing. If the entropy of the system is reduced because of whatever the act is, that's a good thing. Okay, so that's your basic definition of the good and bad in this consciousness system, because this consciousness system runs on lowering entropy. That's the way it progresses. Okay, so, and it has to be not just a lower entropy just in the moment, it has to be a lower entropy in the long term, or a greater entropy in the long term. So when it's all said and done, and all of the effects and the after effects and the after effects are done, how's entropy changed? Is the total system lower entropy or higher entropy? If it's higher, it was a bad thing. If it's lower, it was a good thing. Now, if it was just barely higher, just made it a little increment, then it wasn't such a bad thing. It was just a little bit of a bad thing. If it raised a lot of entropy, it was a really bad thing. You see, so you can judge it like that. So that's the fundamental idea. The question comes out, how do we measure entropy in the long term, in the system? Well, we can't measure that. The system can guess at it because it's got all the probabilities laid out. It can say how it's probably going to affect the entropy, but it doesn't know either because it's just probability. We don't know that for sure. So those things work out based on our free will choices. We get to make choices. Choices have consequences, and those consequences will end up raising or lowering entropy. We as individuals have to do our best to make choices that will, in the long term, produce a decrease in entropy for the system, not just for us, because we could do something that's great for us but really hurts a whole lot of other people. Oh, it lowered my entropy, but it raised all of yours. You see, it has to be for the system. Hard to compute. The more experience and the less fear you have, the easier it is to compute, but it's never a certain thing. It never will be a certain thing. You will never know for sure whether what you do is which side of that it's going to land on. There's always unintended consequences 3 or 4 levels down in the causal chain. So you do your best you can. You think about it in a big picture term. You think about all the people that are affected by something you might do. And then if you feel that the probability seems to you that it'll be a low entropy result, okay, then you do that. And then you pay attention and watch and see what happens. You don't just do it and forget about it. You do it and you look at it. And if it turns out that it creates a lot of trouble, creates a lot of, raises entropy, well, now you've learned something. That will help you make a better guess next time. And so on it goes. So your responsibility is to do what you think will be best for the entire system. That's it. Be best for everybody, if you will. It'll help lower entropy across the board in general. Because things you do sometimes will raise a little entropy here and lower a little entropy there. Often our choices have winners and losers on either side. But what's the sum total of all of that? Mostly you'd like to do things that just have winners and winners. You know, everybody wins. Those are better choices rather than the ones that are winners and losers. So that's it. You do your best and you learn from whatever it is you do. So it's just like growing up's the same thing. You do your best, you make your choices, and then you try to learn from what you do. Now, as far as the creator's responsibility, he sets this virtual reality up for us to play in. We have free will. You can't give somebody free will and say, you have free will to do what I want you to do. You have to say, you have free will. So that means you can make bad decisions as well. And the system has to allow that because the system allows you free will. So the system doesn't carry responsibility for what you do, for what happens within that system. It has to deal, I guess, also with the free will choices. I've been in some reality frames where the level of quality consciousness was much, much, much lower than it is here. Really, you know, law of the jungle kind of very negative places. Lots of violence, lots of people overrunning anybody and everybody's free will if they could get away with it, that kind of thing. There are places like that that have de-evolved to that point. That was through their choices. They still chug along. They're still there. There's potential that they will turn around. So they're still working. If it gets to the point there's absolutely no potential for them to turn around, it'll probably be deleted because they're not doing anything useful for the system. So that's the way it is. The system sets this up. It says, okay, you guys log on and play. And after that, it's got to accept the free will. Otherwise, it's not free will. So it doesn't really have responsibility. Now, what it can do, though, is it can nudge things here and there. It's not totally out of the picture. It can nudge things. If something bad's coming, it can warn you. It can give you messages. You know, we have these non-player characters that play little cameo roles. You know, Timmy falls in the well, and there's nobody there to hear him hollering or whatever, and a stranger shows up, throws him a rope, pulls him out of the well, he runs home, and they say, well, who was that? And nobody knows. He's just somebody that just nobody knows. Nobody sees him since. He doesn't show up anywhere. You see, a cameo role. System can send in a player as long as it doesn't create a conflict, just to help somebody out sometimes. You know, give somebody a piece of information that they need, that kind of thing. So the system isn't like it can't touch the system. It just can't create conflicts, and it can't overrun our free will. But it can help, it can nudge, it can do those things, but it can't make a choice for you. Your choices have to be your own. So, in a short picture, that's morality. That's the difference between good and bad, and the responsibility that the larger conscious system has for the choices that are here. It can't take responsibility for what it can't control, and it can't control your choice because you really do have free will. So we just don't know always what's the right thing to do. And yes, intent is more fundamental than action. Actions can just be acted out. And I've used this example before. Let's say somebody's walking in front of me and a $20 bill falls out of their coat pocket, lands on the ground. I see it. Now I've got a choice. I can grab that $20 bill because they just keep right on walking. They don't know it, and I can stick it in my pocket. Or I can go give it back to them. Now, those two choices I have. What am I going to do with that? Well, let's say one of my choices would be to look around, and I see there's other people around, and I see that they see the $20 bill too, but I'm a lot closer to it. But they're, workmen or other people around, not people I know, but that sort of thing. Well, now I feel like I have to give it back because people will see me. They'll see me stealing, see? And I don't think that would be good. I don't want people to know that I steal. So I go get the bill and I give it back to them because I'd be watched. No moral value in that at all, you see. It's a wrong choice. It's not a good choice. Okay, the right choice is to just automatically say, oh, sir, there, just money dropped out of your pocket. Not think about it. Doesn't care who's watching or who's not, or whether there's nobody else, within 100 miles, makes no difference. It's right thing to do to return the lost money. And you do that without considering it. You just do it. That's the right choice. That's the choice out of love, you see. The second one accomplished the same thing. Both of them pick up the money and give it back. But one of them gets an increment toward their consciousness quality. One of them evolves, the other one doesn't. Because though he gave the money back, it was for the wrong reason, had the wrong intent. So the action is giving the money back. The intent is out of the fear of being caught stealing, or because it's just the right thing to do. So that's why intent is really at the core, not action. Actions can be from several intents. Now, the intent isn't just your intellectual intent, okay? Intellectually, you can come up with all kinds of intents. You can say, well, what I need to do to make the world a better place is kill all the people I don't like. See? And that's your intent. Now, that's a good intent because I'm trying to help the world, lower its entropy. Well, you're not really, you see. That's not really your intent. Your intent is to force your will on a lot of other people. So an intellectual intent is not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about your being level intent, what you're really doing, not the story you make up in your head about why you're doing what you're doing. There's difference there.
I'm sorry, Tom, maybe I wasn't clear enough, but I didn't really mean the greater consciousness system. I meant the creator, say, of an artist, for instance, or a journalist, or someone who created a piece of work that causes trouble down the road.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I mean, what is their responsibility? I mean, if take pornography, for instance. People that make it, they make it for adults. But the unintended consequences, children might consume it. So the people who made it, do they have any responsibility for the fact that the children are using it?
Well, they have to do exactly what I said. They have to decide what's the long-term effect. Now, if there's a system such that children just can't access it, we've got this really good control such that that won't happen, then it's a different sort of choice than if we know the world that's out there is that these sites aren't secure. All you have to do is say, I'm over 18, check a box, and you're in. Even if you're only 3 years old, you can check a box that says I'm over 18. So knowing the way the system works, then they have to take some responsibility for feeding something to a system that's likely to do harm. So they then would have some responsibility for that. If the system was such that that harm couldn't be done, then it's a different thing. So they have to look what's out there, how is it configured, what is it going to do, and in the long run, am I going to do more good or more harm? And they also have to consider not children, but the adults that use the pornography. Am I, in the long run, doing them more good or more harm? They have to think about that, what their product, how it affects people, what value there may be in it, and what downsides might be in it. And if they come to the conclusion that there's a downside that's bigger than the upside, then it's not moral for them to do that just because it makes money at it. It's not a moral choice. It's an immoral choice to do something that hurts people so you can get rich, so you can get money. If they say don't know, let's say they're very naive, and they come to the conclusion that, it helps people, it's really beneficial to people in general, well, they might then create that pornography, but then they have the obligation to follow along and find out. They can't be, I'll just do it and I don't know and I don't care, it'll be all right. That's not being thorough. That's not being responsible. You have responsibility to find out what your product is doing, if there's any chance at all that it might be harmful. So you start to study it and you look at the statistics and you see people that are using pornography. Does it help them out? Does it make their life better? In general, is everybody happier because of it or not? And if you find out not, now your moral choice is to stop making it because in the long term and in general, it's got a negative effect, not a positive effect. Well, you maybe do a couple of studies and it looks like it's positive, so you continue to do it. Well, you haven't studied enough. You have to keep studying. You have to keep looking at the results. That's this thing about being skeptical. You don't just say, well, I looked at it and it looked like it's okay. That's not enough. That's not being responsible. You have to continually be skeptical of your choices and your intents. So you'd have to keep an eye on that market and know whether its general effect on people in general, including the children, including adults, everybody, distributors, the actors, everything, everybody associated with it. What's the general effect, positive or negative? And if you come to the conclusion that it's negative, your moral choice is to stop, get out of the business, don't do it. That's the wrong thing to do. If you come to the conclusion that it's a good thing to do and it has a positive outcome on the society, then do it. But you're obligated to have responsibility to keep following that and see if it does turn bad or if you do learn more about it. So that's why you have to always be skeptical about things. You can make a choice, but don't make the choice because it does something you want, it gives you money. You have to make the choice based on the effect, and you can't just think, well, okay, I think the effect will be good. I'm done now. I'm absolved from responsibility. No, you have to constantly reassess the effect in the long term on everybody that it touches. And if that comes out negative, then it's something to stop doing. So that's how that system works.
My question is similar to the aspect of morality. I was wondering if you could talk to the idea of sexuality in this love-based, virtual reality simulation, specifically if you're not in a serious relationship or you're ready to have children.
Sex is part of our rule set. It's part of us being human beings. It's part of our biology. We evolved here based on a couple of criteria, and one of them is survival and the other is procreation. In order to be good enough for that to still be here, not to become extinct, we had to have instincts that helped us make the choices that would allow us to survive and to procreate. So just by being a human being, you have these instincts, or some version of them. Everybody gets maybe a little different version of them, but you basically have these human instincts, and part of that is your sexuality. So there's no detriment or problem about expressing your sexuality. There's only a problem about running over other people's free will in order to do that. Abusing other people, using other people, not considering the effect you have, again, on the whole. You have to look at all your contacts, what you do, how your actions propagate, because you affect somebody else who affects somebody else. I'm saying affects, not infects, but could be the other way too. You have to consider all of that and then come to a conclusion of whether what you're doing is positive or negative. And that comes from an understanding, and you remain skeptical, remain constantly assessing that. So if you're just using people to get your needs met, it's not a good idea. You see? Then what you're doing is not a good thing. It's a bad thing. But it's not bad because it's sex. It's bad because you're using people. You're hurting people, you see. You're causing trouble for them. That's what makes it a bad thing, not the sexuality. Sex is just something that we are. We are humans. We have sexual instincts. That's just a fact to deal with, just like gravity is here. How we apply that, what we do with it, the choices we make because of it, that's what we're responsible for, is those choices.
Just to follow up with the idea of morality and changing being, going from the intellect level to the being level. To repeat myself. So, in terms of morality, as far as changing, I think this is really pretty core to what you've been talking about all these years, which is that we're here to evolve, and we
Right.
want to operate more and more from the being level in a sense that we're doing the right thing from the being level. Right?
Yeah.
See, for me though, it's relatively complex how people do that. Because you pointed out before about the fact that most people are doing things because of a social consciousness. The fact that they are looking at what they're doing and comparing to the standard of behavior that the society, says is the right way to do things, and they don't want to be in violation of that standard, so that's why they behave that way. The truth is, I say most behavior that people do socially is from that level. But this is a developmental process. And I guess I just wanted some of your thoughts about, because there's obviously people out there who have written about this in terms of moral development and how people, go from being externally driven as far as their morality is concerned versus internally driven. I was kind of curious. So, see, in my mind, one of the steps along the way is, in fact, doing the right thing because you're socially conscious. Because there are obviously people in the world who just don't care about social standards, and they misbehave, and they just don't care. And it seems to me that they certainly do a lot more damage in the world than people who are, despite not having a strong connection internally to the right thing, nonetheless are doing the right thing because they realize that it violates the social standards.
Okay.
So how would people go from...
Okay, I can talk to that a little bit. People who do things because it's kind of the moral standard or the ethical standard or even just the standard action, that's what we talked about when we talked about culture. Okay, those are cultural norms. We do this and don't do that because that's what our culture says. Okay, now that is very civilizing if it's a civilized culture. That makes people act better. Okay, they feel guilty about not giving money to a poor beggar because in their culture you should be generous. You see, so that's a cultural thing that we learn. And depends on what our cultures are. We may have different attitudes about it, but it's basically a cultural thing. And that's more civilizing. It's nicer for everybody else if we're civilized that way. But it doesn't help us grow up any. Well, I shouldn't say that. It doesn't help us grow up much. It does kind of lead us in a better direction, but it's not really primary growing up. We're acting. We're not being. We're doing it because we think we should, as opposed to because that's the way we are. So it doesn't mean you throw away culture. It means that the culture is affecting symptoms, not causes. So there's symptoms of bad behavior. Okay, that's a symptom. People being rude to each other. Well, the culture says, don't be rude. Okay, you've now alleviated the symptom of rudeness, but you haven't caused people to grow up. You've just made them act better, not be better. So that's how that works out. So it's not a growing thing so much, but it is a symptomatic thing. And relieving symptoms is not a bad idea. When you have a lot of symptoms, sometimes growing up is harder, you see, if there's all these symptoms of bad behavior. So the culture kind of gives everybody a break from the bad behavior, which makes it easier for us to grow up. So there is a connection between alleviating the symptoms of low quality of consciousness, because it gives everybody else a chance to breathe a little better and to work on themselves. So there's a connection there. It's not like the culture is useless because it only does symptoms. Symptom relief is fine. If you have pain, if you can relieve that pain, that symptom, while the underlying thing heals, that's a good thing. But don't think that medicine is actually fixing the cause. All that medicine's doing most of the time is relieving the symptom.
What would be the process, though, of the person making that change from being externally oriented in terms of their social behavior versus being internal? Like, what's the process? In other words, I understand that the one is superior to the other. I mean, obviously, if you're simply responding because your inclination just is to be good.
What's the process of growing up? That's what you're asking.
What form does that take? I see
actually
the thing about choice making, but after all, choices mostly reflect your state of consciousness at the moment you make the choice. So what's instigating the change in consciousness, which results in the choices that you're making more reflecting your internal state versus some external frame of reference?
When you make choices based on some external frame of reference, like your culture, okay, that I can say this, it makes good sense. When you're doing that and it's external and it's symptomatic, okay, that's a reflection of who you want to be, who you think you should be. Okay. The difference is you're still the same person. It doesn't cause you to be a different person. You're still the same person you were before you made that choice. After the choice, you're still the same. When you change at the being level, when you grow up, you change at the being level and you become a different individual. Now, how do you do that? You do that by intent. You want to grow up. You want to be different. You don't want to just act. You want to be better. You want to do it because you are, love. You do care. Not that you want to act like you care because that's culturally acceptable. You change it from your own intent to grow up. You have to want to grow up. And with that intent, it will focus your actions. Because of that intent, you'll do that superficial thing, but because you don't want to be superficial, you want to grow up, that'll trigger something in you that'll say, don't go there, don't do that for that reason. Don't just give the money back because somebody watched you. You need to be honest. Honesty is an important trait. So you start to feel that because you want to be honest. You want to grow up. So you gravitate to that and you start to becoming that. You become what you intend. You're fearful, you create the fear. If you want to grow up and intend, you'll grow up. So it starts with a desire to grow up. Where does the desire to grow up come from? Well, that is basically in all of us with a desire to grow up. But it's not a demand because we have free will. We can do what we please. But there is some fundamental thing in everybody about wanting to be better, wanting to improve ourselves. A lot of people just ignore that, particularly if they're happy where they are. Maybe they have a lot of money and a lot of resources and bully people around because of it, and they're happy with that. They like that bullying people around thing because it's convenient for them, you see? So they don't have any intent to grow up. They're happy right where they are, okay? And other people are really, really poor, and they feel, woe is me. I'm so poor. Everybody has it better than me. Well, they don't grow up either because that's just self-pity. It's more ego. You got ego on the rich side. You got ego here. You got ego everywhere. And nobody's growing up in those situations. But somebody who has that feeling of, I need to be better, I need to act better, it's an innate thing. And we come in with that as part of our consciousness. When we come into this learning lab, we know we come in with a mission. We come in with an idea planted in us deeply. It's not an ultimatum or anything, but it's just that idea that we want to better ourselves. We want to somehow become better. Now, here in the West, we translate into that, we want to live better. We want to make more money. We want to get a better job, have a higher status place to live. And we feel that, that's making us better. Well, of course, that turns out to be empty. That doesn't really make you better. It makes you different, I guess, but you're still unhappy and miserable and your life doesn't work out very well. You need to take that natural, inborn sense of becoming and turn it into real gain through your desire to grow up and be different. So that's what it takes. So that's why it's such a slow process. You have to work on this incrementally till you get to the point that you want to be different. You want to grow up. You want to become love. You want to make better choices. You care about giving and about others. And you know that just caring by yourself leaves you in an unhappy space. Others make you happy when you're able to help them. So you just grow up. It's a slow business because you have to come to that understanding and want it, and then you can become it. So that's how it happens. It's your intent to do it. Intent leads. Action follows that intent. So symptom relief is nice for everybody. If you act nice, you're polite to everybody, and you smile at everybody and you're not rude to anybody, everybody appreciates that. It makes their life better. It's a good thing to be, but it's not going to help you grow up. It's just you're acting, you're not being.
So becoming more aware of that inclination that's deep inside you to just want to be a good person, to be want to be kind.
Right.
Is that increasing awareness of that which promotes the intentions to do that taking form?
Yes.
Okay.
That's it.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah. And people tend to get off in their own tracks sometimes. And then being in that track and being, of course, superior the way that track makes you, that just is a they think they're being better, that they're becoming better, but that's just in their own mind for the most part. To be better means you have to change yourself. You have to be somebody different. You can't just do something better. You can't be a better swimmer. You can't be a better, you can't be more polite. It's not doing something better, it's changing. And if the path you're on doesn't demand that you change and become something else, then it's not a good path for growth.
Just one last thing. I heard a guy speak one time. He said, some of the worst people are good people. Which is true if you think about what
they can
saying.
act really nicely, but that's the people who smile while they get out their knife, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Hi, Tom.
Hi.
I'm not really sure how to articulate my question, but I'm hoping you can read my intent.
I'll give it a try.
Okay. So I sometimes get this deep, this feeling. I'm understanding, I want to work from the being level. That's where I want to come from. I want to be authentic. And so I'm starting to get in touch with my feelings because my emotions are who I really am at the being level, right? Mm-hmm. And so now that I'm so aware of my feelings, sometimes I get really emotional and then I try to understand it. Like sometimes it's like really, really, like really heavy. And I like have this intense like longing to kind of like be home, like to go home. Like I want to go home. And I don't know, like I try to understand. I'm like, what is that? Like, is it that I want to like just connect, I guess, to LSC? Or, and I was thinking of what you said yesterday, like the chat room, how maybe we started in the chat room and now we're playing in this and I just miss the chat room so much. Is it that? Like, or what is that? What is that deep longing? And yeah.
I think the deep longing you're talking about is a need to feel safe, secure, and right. If you could find a space where you're safe and secure and right, oh, what a pleasant space that would be. And I think that kind of need to find those things is really what you're calling home. When I'm home, it's going to be safe. It's warm, it's fuzzy, it's safe, it's secure, and there's unconditional love, therefore I'm right, because there's no conditions on how I am, therefore how I am is okay. And you get that sense of that, and that's kind of what you want. Well, that should be not just a place you want to be, but a place you want to create, a place that you want to make, a place that you want to become, not necessarily a place to escape to. So as long as it's in the format of escape, get out of here and get to that place, you're avoiding the things that you need to grow up to be. Okay. You need to be that place. You need to create that place. And then it's yours. And then you'll always be safe and secure and right in that spot, in that space. So you don't want to avoid being it so that you can go to it. To go to it is kind of
escapism.
An escape.
So I want to be it. And what happens is when I'm feeling like when I feel safe and secure in my home, and I feel like I've created a little safe haven. I'm in a really good place in my life. And I'll just be on top of the world, rocking it. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, like I'll have this feeling again. And I'm like, where's that coming from? Everything is so good. And I have the most amazing.
What that comes from is that inside of you, deeper than your intellectual level, there is fear. That fear isn't so sure that it's safe. You don't feel that secure. You don't feel that kind of peace. You feel just the opposite. And that lives at a deeper level than your intellect. So the intellect is humming along. When you say rocking, you know, you're doing fine there. But there's still this deep fear in here that is frightened, insecure, huddling, scared, small. And you connect with that every once in a while. That bubbles up. And in a way, that's good that that happens, because probably before it bubbled up, it was so far down beneath your vision that it's just there, but it still affects your choices. It still affects a lot of things about you. But now you've got it to the point you're starting to feel it. You're starting to connect to it, which is a good thing. Now you just have to work with it. Let it be. Don't run from it. Don't hide from it.
Right.
Let it be. Let it come up. Express it. Deal with it, and then let go of it.
Okay.
Get rid of it.
So just like journal and because
Yeah, you
usually
can
when it
journal
comes
it.
up,
You can do all these tools. It gets you kind of, now you don't have to wallow in it. You know, that's not the point.
Yeah, I don't.
You just have to express it. Say, what is it? Where does it come from?
That's what I do. I'm like, where?
And
What
then,
is this?
but don't get rid of it. Don't run from it. Don't press it. Just let it be. And sometimes you may just want to let it consume you. Just let it do that. Get in a safe place, you know, so with people you trust, and say, I'm just going to go on a journey here and see where this leads me. You know, just hang out here with me for a while, and then you'll feel like there's somebody around that'll be there to help take care of you.
Okay.
And then just let it go.
Okay.
See where it goes. See where its source is.
Okay.
And if you do that, it'll be much easier for you than to get rid of it.
Okay. And is that the process of letting go of the fear? That's
it. That's the process
So-
of letting go of fear. See, it takes courage
and when
to
it
grab
comes
that up and feel it and to actually, you know, bring it on. That takes courage.
so I can be excited when it comes up and be like, yes, I'm letting
Right.
go of fear.
Exactly.
Right on. Okay.
So you were making progress, just the fact that that bubbled up and wasn't suppressed
Okay.
to where it still affected you, but you didn't know that it affected you. Now you know that it affects you. You have to own it, which means you have to actually feel it, get into it, let it come up, and then get rid of it.
Thank you. That helps. That really helps. And I have one quick question.
All questions are quick. It's answers that are long.
Okay. I think you'll, okay. So I understand that we are individuated units of consciousness, and then free will awareness unit is playing this avatar. So this free will awareness unit has a certain level of entropy. Say it's at a 5. Okay. Now, is my IOUC at like a 10? Is it more evolved then, or is it all the same?
It's all about the same.
It's all the same.
You see, you come from an individual unit of consciousness, and a part of that, at whatever level it is, a 5, whatever level that is, that's what you have as a free will awareness unit coming from that individual unit of consciousness. That's your level. That's what you take in. You don't take in any memory. You don't take in any intellect, but you do take in your quality. So in that case, when you first start, you're equal. You're the same.
Okay.
But now you have an opportunity to evolve and to do better. And as you do better, your individual unit of consciousness is going to do better too, because you're a piece of it. So you do better and you evolve, you make good choices. Now your individual unit of consciousness evolves because of your better choices. You de-evolve and make terrible choices. Your individual unit of consciousness de-evolves because of your terrible choices. So it works either way.
Yeah. Okay. So when I refer to, or anyone does, the higher self, it's not the IOUC, it's the LCS.
Generally it is. But you have to think about all these things we talk about: higher self, the larger conscious system, oversouls. I mean, there's lots of terminology for all this. It's all just metaphor.
Yeah.
These aren't real things that are there that have, you know, special boundaries or something that makes them different than other things. What they are is they're metaphors representing certain functions within consciousness. So one of the functions in consciousness is an individuated unit of consciousness. That's where the larger conscious system creates things that can interact with free will. So we just name them because that's a function. we have that function because that's logically necessary. If you're going to lower entropy, that's probably the most obvious way to lower it is by free will interaction. Creates lots of novelty, lots of choices, lots of ways that you can configure that, you see. So there's lots of room for growth. So it's a logical thing, and then we give it a name. Say, well, that's an individuated unit of consciousness. Now that individual unit of consciousness logs on to this virtual reality game. Well, we then define a free will awareness unit, which is the free will and awareness of that player of that game. And the individuated unit of consciousness now has the function of accumulating all these various life experiences. So all the incarnations then get accumulated by this individuated unit of consciousness. So the reason we have these things is we have these logical functions of consciousness. It needs to interact, so we have IUOCs. It needs to play in the game, in the virtual reality game, so we have free will awareness units. It needs to collect its learning. It has to grow iteratively. It has to grow cumulatively. So we have this, again, this individual unit of consciousness that grows cumulatively with all the various incarnations. So these are just logical things that consciousness has to do in order to evolve, and we have information. We experience these things, so we give it names. It lets us talk about the functions. If we didn't make up these metaphors and give them names, we couldn't have a conversation about it. It would just be this big thing. Get it, right? I can't explain it. It just does a lot of stuff. And it would be all these generalized things, and we couldn't really get into a discussion about it. So we make up all these names for all these pieces that are logical functions, and people then start to turn them into actual objects. Oh, I go talk to my higher self, and I get guidance, and and I've got guides, and this, and they have all these things. Well, these are all metaphors for just how the conscious system works. Your guide is just your personal interface to the larger conscious system. It's your guide. So I try to not make up any more metaphors than necessary to explain consciousness, and I try to always remember that they're just metaphors.
I appreciate your metaphors because it helps me to understand the big picture. I've been searching my whole life and I just was confused. I felt like everything didn't explain it to the extent that I could understand it through your model. So thank you so much for creating.
You're welcome. That's the whole point of the metaphors, is so we can understand it piecewise. In the Hindu theology, they have metaphors about chakras. And they've got all these 7 chakras with all different sorts of attributes for each chakra, and they're attached to the body. It has nothing to do with the body. You see, this is conscious. It's just another way of coming up with a set of metaphors that allows you to talk about these things. It's a tool. It works. Tools work, you see. But they're not fundamental. They're just tools. You could have had 8 chakras, or 5 chakras, or 16 chakras. If you wanted to slice it more finely, you could have, 14 chakras and take each chakra and divide it into pieces. So you can do whatever you want. They're very arbitrary. They're just tools. And you make up the tool, you use it, and it allows you to have a discussion. It allows people to understand. It allows people to feel like they're getting it, because you're putting it into pieces, logical chunks that people can digest. Otherwise, you're stuck with this big esoteric thing, and you have to be totally right-brained to get it. If you're totally right-brained, you can get it as this just big thing that is, and that's good enough for you. You don't need anything more than that. That's fine. But if you have a left brain, it wants to know process. What does what to what? Who does it and why? And how does it work? Well, so we make it all up so that we can answer those questions, so that people can feel like they're getting it and understanding it. We just don't want to believe it. We just want to use it. You see, once we start believing in it, then people start fighting with each other.
Buddha said, if you see me on the road, kill me. Why did he say that? He's a tool. You hold on to me, you will never realize yourself.
Yeah.
So it's that whole thing.
Yeah.
It makes so much sense. I never could understand, why would he say that? Until I now came to understand, oh, that's a valid man. Okay, I get it.
Yeah. And For sure. Yeah, exactly. And then for left brain people such as myself, I ask myself questions like, if I want to be productive in growing up, then where should I put my effort? Is it in remote viewing? Is it in healing? Or is it in all the choices that I make in the practical application?
In all the choices you make. That's the key thing, is you're making choices. The remote viewing and the rest of it is really beside the point. The only reason for going there, well, there's two reasons for going there. Left-brainers like to experience it. You have to experience it yourself or it's not your truth.
Yeah.
You see? Left-brain people need rational truth, rational experience. Right-brain people, it's already their truth. They just get it. They don't need an explanation. It's a difference. Our world, we have a lot of left-brain people. It's part of our DNA is shifting that way because that's what our culture rewards. It's left-brain thinking. We think the way to solve a problem is to think about it, come up with a plan and execute the plan, right? That's how we approach everything. Why wouldn't we approach growing up in the same way? Let's come up with a plan and execute it and then we'll grow up. It doesn't work like that though, you see. Once you try that intellectual approach, you get right to the point of executing it and you can't because you don't know what to do because it's not about doing, it's about being. And executing is about doing. And the doing doesn't change the being other than helps guide you. The intellect can guide you to growing up. It can help you say, I want to grow up. I don't want to act like that. I want to change. That can be in your intellect, and that's good. 17:03. We are running out of time, so I have to say thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate it. You've been wonderful. It's the last stop, the last day of the last stop. Love it.